the catch. He's got 4 receptions coming into the ball game, 49 yards. His longest catch, 27 yards this season.
This is a Grambling offense that averages 286 yards per game, 90 yards per game on the ground, 196 through the air.
And that ball batted down, and C.J. Presley, Charles, we were talking about him earlier, getting a big paw up.
What is going on, everybody? You already know what it is. Your boy back with another one. Hey, listen, this watch party is going all the way through. Win, lose, draw. It's going all the way through. It's the last game of the night. Grambling versus Prairie View State Fair Classic. Got A&T, South Carolina State going on 10-10. South Carolina State is looking a little disheveled. I'm not going to lie to you. It's a little worrisome. They should be a better squad than what I'm seeing right now, but hopefully they get it right. All right, here we go.
Third down here for the Tigers. Here is the give. That's Bull Hargrove. And Hargrove in the open field. He is into the...
Come on now.
The territory. And it's
Prairie View is ass cheeks.
27 yards on the carry.
Yeah. You see the jet sweep motion going from right to left, and then they go the opposite way with Hargrove. A little stiff arm there at midfield. Drags defenders down inside of Prairie View territory.
Yeah, and the Panthers.
All right, so on YouTube here, I'll give you the link, Ms. Glenn.
Missed tackles there. They've got to do a better job of wrapping up and stopping the offensive player.
And this pass is incomplete. Cameron Amayo on the coverage. Here are the keys to the game. Presented by GM.
Ain't no hell, Wildcats. I got y'all butt whooped. Ain't no hell, Wildcats. You got your butt whooped.
Conversions, they want to make sure that they can eliminate those today.
Yeah, well, Grambling is an explosive team, so if Prairie View lets them get out and hits them out first, it's going to be trouble down the line.
Bull Hargrove running into a sea of Panthers. No real gain on the play.
Good play by Stokes coming in to make that stop. Big third down now for Grambling behind the chains. This is where Prairie View wants them in third and long situations. And we'll see if they try to bring some pressure against Crawley.
Loss of 2 yards on that play last week. Bull Hargrove, 16 carries, 81 yards, 2 touchdowns. Crawley rolls out. Crawley looking. And will they call that complete? Yes, that's complete.
Good throw, Miles.
Yeah, Amayo's on the receiver real tight. He's got to come up on in, bump him off the line, and allow the safety to come over and give him some help. Wide open.
Damn, he was way out.
First down.
Great waggle that time by Crawley in the pocket, faking it one way, coming back. And it was a good throw. They set up the fourth down.
Punt?
Short now, decision time for Coach Crawley, and looks like he's going to bring in the special teams unit. They're going to try a 53-yard field goal. At least they're going to line up for it.
Well, this will definitely be the longest field goal.
You got to call timeout, Coach. Got to call timeout, Coach. Got to call timeout, Coach. Got to call timeout, Coach.
4 for 8 on the season.
Looks a little short.
It's going to be a little short, and it's going to be recovered by Prairie View in the back of the end zone. And they will run it out. Oh, what a stick.
What a hit.
Well, I tell you what, I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but that was a huge hit by the Grambling defense. 23 yards on that return.
Yeah, that was Tony Forrest Jr., backup, the starting tight end, actually, that came up to make that lick on the return.
And you're going to look at that again, man. What an opportunity at Prairie View trying to roll it back, and it nearly stepped
Absolutely stupid.
Panthers will...
Absolutely stupid. Like, I don't get, why would you rush the field goal? Just either call a timeout or go for it. Like, I truly do not understand what people think or how they, I really don't understand these coaches. I really don't. Like, why are you rushing that? That's all I'm saying, is why are you rushing that? That's my only issue. That's literally my only issue, is why are you rushing it? That's it. That's it. Period. Point blank period. Why are you rushing it? She said Jesus Devontae Christ. That's crazy. Man, I'm gonna need South Carolina State to wake up. I'm gonna need South Carolina State to wake up. because they're not looking as sharp as they've looked over these past few weeks. Nope, missed them. Alcorn 3-0. What game is Alcorn on? Let me see. I just put it on my phone. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's that is not what I'm looking for. Watch ESPN Plus. See all. Is it on ESPN Plus? Swac. Oh, YouTube. Swac Digital Network. Oh, that's got to be a flag, ref. Jesus Christ, there's got to be a flag.
Exchange. If they just let that ball go out of the end zone and don't return it, they start at their own 43-yard line. Now with the return and the penalty, they start backed up at their own 12. 31 yards in field position on that exchange.
Penalties killed the Panthers last week. They've got to do a better job to keep their heads in the game.
And so now Prairie View will start this drive inside their own 15-yard line. And we got whistles all over the place.
Are they really celebrating against Alcorn? Like, really? Is that what we're doing?
Last week between Prairie View and Southern, it was about 23 penalties in that ball game. Definitely don't hope we have a duplication of that this afternoon.
Yeah, 134 yards in penalties last week. 3 penalties really decided that game. The 2 penalties in the third quarter and then the illegal man downfield in the fourth quarter, that spelled doom for the Panthers. They've got to focus.
So a replay first down. And this pass is incomplete.
And another flag there. That's going to go against Prairie View.
Panthers have to back up again.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
Getting into it there.
And so that penalty backs them up to the 6-yard line. There you see Cameron Peters, starting quarterback this season for the Panthers after an injury to the starting quarterback. 4 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. He's not only a great passer, but he can also hit you with his legs as well.
Yeah, he's definitely a dual threat out of that quarterback position. One thing the coaching staff says, he just has to settle down. Oh, is that a lateral?
That's a lateral, and they're going to call it dead. Chris Herron, man, just a speedster for Prairie View. They're trying to get that hitch pass to him to try to get him in the open field and get him.
Man, I got all the games on. I got Grambling. I got South Carolina State bouncing back. Whoa! I got the Alcorn and Valley game on, so I'm watching all. I'm trying to see as much as I can.
Receivers in the conference. He's long, tall, he's fast, he can get the ball. And Fred Stokes is also, man, really doing a good job for the Panthers right now.
Oh my gosh! Come on, Grambling.
It's Cameron Peters gets out past the 10-yard line.
Yeah, Bull Hargrove, one of the impact players for Grambling. Obviously, he's their leading rusher. And Andrew Jones on defense, he's a stalwart on that defense.
Great play call by Gibbs against Valley.
Tackle right here, boy, he had another big game last week. He has really improved his game at a fumble recovery for a touchdown against Jackson State. Cameron Peters escaping pressure, gets the ball out to his receiver, and that's going to be Trajan Spiller. 17 receptions this year. Doesn't have a touchdown, but now over 200 yards in catches.
Great job by Peters. Feeling the pressure coming off the edge, rolling to his left, throws a nice strike back across his body.
Swing pass. That's going to go out to Chris Herron. No gain on the play. As a matter of fact, a loss of a couple of yards.
They're just one step away from Herron breaking that one for a touchdown. The safety was all the way over on the hash that time. If he can get away from it, then it's off to the races.
Loss of 2 yards on the play. Here's the handoff by Peters.
Jesus Christ. That hole was huge as hell.
And on the carry for Prairie View A&M is Connor Wisham.
We need to stop right here. Listen. The Alcorn Valley game, bro, is Valley. Peasy. Do not, unless Valley is up, do not put your score in the chat, bro. It's Valley, bro. Peasy. It's Valley, bro. It's supposed to be 66-0. I don't want to see no Alcorn score up in the chat.
Louisiana.
Bring a lot of that gumbo and Cajun food with him, huh?
Man, they can bring some running.
Jesus.
I don't know what's going on. But
Bama dropping gym like numbers in the chat like they nice or something. Let's go, turnover, Grambling. Grambling about them turnovers. Come on, baby.
Lineman down on the field for Prairie View A&M. Pedro da Silva, the starting center.
flags on the play. Look like holding. If I'm not mistaken, I think we're going to get called for a hold.
Caleb Lee Collins now with his third interception.
Roughing the passer.
So take away the INT for Grambling. See Bubba McDowell checking on his quarterback, Peters.
Bro. I hate Swac refs. I hate Swac refs, man. My issue is this. How is it roughing the passer? The dude gets blocked into hitting the quarterback low. He didn't, like, this is the stuff I'm talking about with Swac referees, bro. Like, and this is stuff that's just going on in football. Like, the quarterback cannot get hit. Like, what are we talking about right now? Like, you can't, it's like you're punishing defensive players because of the simple fact of the matter is they're hitting the quarterback. Like, oh, come on, man.
They're at center.
A couple of the big teammates come over to help him off
Jesus
the field.
freaking
Silva,
Christ.
sophomore out of Katy, Texas, went to Tompkins High School, 6'1", 325-pound sophomore, and that he is not putting any pressure at all on that left leg, and that does not look good for PV.
And now you talk about their starting quarterback that was already hurt. Now they're starting center who makes all the calls on the line.
Well, it's going to be a process for them to get the same chemistry. They go through a lot of reps during practice. They did a lot of reps this morning. So we'll see how this hashes out for Peters.
Well, after that penalty by Grambling, the ball will be at the 48-yard line. So really, Grambling bailed Prairie View out here. First down and 10 now for the Panthers.
There's a quick pass again to Herron.
Herron gets across the 50-yard line. Gain of 3 on the play.
Yeah, they're trying to bait that safety in to come in real hot, real fast. They're just going to wait, and they're going to pump fake it, and try to go one-on-one down deep with a bomb.
Prairie View hurrying to the line. You know, when we spoke with the Grambling coaches, they said they chart everything. This run across to...
They got to stop this running attack.
Gain of 4 on the play. Ken, you know, when we were talking with the coaches this week from Grambling, they talk about charting every single...
They gotta stop this running attack for real, for real.
Takeaways, where they're running at, everything that they have is charted.
Yeah, they've kind of added that analytical process, is particularly on their defense. How many pass breakups, how many forced fumbles, how many recovered fumbles. They want to know when everything is going on, not just on Saturdays, what's going on Tuesdays and Wednesdays that translates over to the weekend.
Third down and 3.
Look like a false start to me.
Panthers. Swing pass out to McDowell. And McDowell is close to a first down, but maybe a yard short. Looks like that the line judge standing right at about the 43-yard line.
So these Grambling defenders, they're smelling blood now. They came with a linebacker blitz right through the A-gap that time to put pressure on Peters, to challenge this offensive line to see what they can do with De Silva out of the game. 4-down territory now for the Panthers. See if they can pick up this 4th and 1.
Oh, wow. 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 Great stop by Grambling right there. That's a big-time stop. Jesus Christ, that's a big-time stop.
By the Grambling defense.
Yeah, and that was Isaiah Washington, defensive end, 6'3", 270 pounds, making a big stop.
Let's unretire.
Man, that was a good stop. I don't know what to think about South Carolina State. Like my expectations for them are a lot higher, and once again, I think they're a championship contending team. But when you look at NCCU and how they're just running through the conference and how they're dominant, like they dominated NCAT, they dominated, they're really dominating their opponents. You really, as of right now, you really can't say anything. I don't know if you can say anybody's really going to compete with what NCCU is bringing this year, right? Because everything just seems like it's clicking. Walker Harris looks comfortable. I mean, I can show you a couple plays where the kid getting hit, throwing dimes. You know what I'm saying? So it's going to be a tough road for the MEAC championship, and it definitely is going to go through North Carolina. Did he drop it? So I'm curious to see what it looks like. Dog, I swear to God, Alcorn better drop 50 on these boys. I'm telling you, Valley is just bad. Valley is just pure, unadulterated bad. It's nothing. It's just bad. Period. Better get themselves together if they lose A&T. Then Phoenix definitely got to drop a spot in the top 5. Yeah, I mean, Phoenix isn't playing. Oh, you got the wheel. Touchdown. Just like you said, he scores. The wheel route was wide open. That was a nice play call. I think South Carolina State's the better team. They just got to get their stuff together. This is a great play call, by the way. Once again, nobody guards a tight end. Everybody's running that concept though, with the running back and the wheel route. Everybody in the world running that concept. Illegal motion. Dog, I can't. Yo, I'm done with these refs, bro.
All Texas Southern's got to do is win at home against Southern and Grambling. They're right in the thick of it.
That's crazy. He literally called illegal motion. Oh my gosh.
This morning with Bubba McDowell, this is a must-win for the Panthers. They're going to have to settle down. If they don't get this one out of the gate, then they've got to sit back and rely on other people in order to get a championship.
Look, you definitely don't want to start conference play 0-3, so this is a big one for the Panthers this afternoon.
Man, Grambling is playing around with these boys. They should be up 7 to a million right now. Easy. Come on now. Easy money. Easy money.
Yeah, taking advantage of that soft coverage. Look at the defensive back playing way off the receiver. He's got to get up closer. Watch this. Takes 2-3 steps in order to get into him. So he's going to have to do a better job of bumping and running. Now here we go with the bump right now. Check it out.
1 for 2 on third down for the Grambling Tigers. Ooh, make that 1 for 3 after a huge tackle.
There's Bob Brady. Fred Stokes. Look, they say Fred brings the energy. He's loud in practice, and he's elevated to that starting position. Look at him crash down from that defensive end position.
Miles got to keep that ball, man. Jesus.
On the carry, 1 yard loss on the play.
Now this is where Prairie View has to knuck or buck. They've got to stop them here. This will be their second chance at fourth.
Gotta knuck or buck. Gotta stop him here. It's
Here's a get by Bull Hargrove. It's
short.
Be close.
He's short.
And from the looks of it, the Tigers, I think, are short.
It's don't.
Huge victory if the Panthers get the stop right here. Now we've got to get some energy flowing with that offense. The Panthers defense.
I keep trying to. Oh my God, man! I swear to God, I cannot stand these offensive coordinators in the Swac. When did Grambling become a powered running team? Like you're not even doing what your team is good at, man. Like what are we doing?
So illegal substitution on Grambling, and that penalty will be declined. First down for the Panthers.
So both teams really struggling right now offensively. The game being played in between the 20s at this point. And both defenses have showed up here so far in this first period.
And there you see Ashton Green, who is the assistant head coach and offensive line coach. He was actually a grad assistant at Grambling State University, also played for Grambling.
Absolutely.
There are quite a few Grambling.
Yeah, I was about to say, you've got a couple of other Graham fans on the football coaching staff for Prairie View A&M.
So now Prairie View A&M will take over first down and 10. We'll talk about some of those other guys in just a minute. Pass complete. And that is going to go out to James Burns. His first catch.
I'm sorry, man. This is just bad football, man. I swear to God. Like, I hate coming on here and doing these watch parties because all it tells me is just how 4th and 23 and you're going for it? What, why? All it tells me is this, like, it just like you come on here and you watch these games and you're like, man, this is just really bad football. Like, in any sense of the word, because it's just like, it's 4th and 2. Grambling is not a power running team. You get in I formation and you run off tackle left or 26 dive, like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, if you're going to show that, why not fake the dive, have the fullback go out into the flat, and then throw the ball to the flat? But to just line up and go 25 dive, a 26 dive, like, what? Oh my God. Okay, let me get this straight. I just, somebody just bear with me right now. It's 4th and 23, and you don't even take a shot to the end zone. I'm going to say that again. It's 4th and 23. It's 15 seconds left in a half, and you don't tell your quarterback to do a jump ball. You don't tell your quarterback to do a jump ball in the end zone? Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't get it, man. I seriously, like, I shake my head. I just be like, who's calling these plays? 2, why? I mean, like, if you're willing to go for it, why are you not willing to put the ball into the end zone to at least have a positive play? It's no different than a Hail Mary that you're not on your opposite 40 or on the 50-yard line. It's 15 seconds left. Why not give your guys a chance to come down with the ball, right? Like, I don't know, man. All I do, like, this stuff gives me a headache. Because the coaching decisions just doesn't make any sense to me. It just doesn't. It was South Carolina State and NCAT. South Carolina State had the ball. It was 4th and 23. It was 15 seconds left in the game. They decided to go for it. They didn't want to punt. So they went for it, and he threw a drag route underneath, which doesn't make any logical sense. I just, again, I just say I don't understand. I don't get it, man. Like, and then I'm the bad guy when I call him on here and I say Coach Chennisberry can't coach, or I'm the bad guy when I say Chennisberry can't coach white, against white coaches or what. Like, I'm the bad guy when I say that. But this is the stuff that they're putting on tape that just doesn't make any sense. You're willing to go for it. You're not going to punt, and then you don't tell your quarterback. I just don't get it. I don't get it. And if you're asking me about the Grambling PV game, Dooley just doing Dooley stuff, man. Like, I don't know, man. Y'all, oh my God. I'm about to start watching these games in my own house just in peace, because I'm just like, it's just bad. It's bad. It's bad. No if and buts about it. It's bad. Period. So,
Well, there you see that
to each his own.
Classic belt new to the State Fair Classic this year. And,
yeah, the call lines are open. 518-263-8124. 518-263-8124. Call lines are open. Call lines are open.
The game's coming up, but man, it is always just so much excitement leading into this.
Yeah, a lot of fun coming to the Cotton Bowl Classic. On Friday, the band converges on Dallas, Texas. They're going all over the city. The football team is going visiting at hospitals and visiting at schools and stuff. And it's just a festive atmosphere. I mean, I look forward to the Cotton Bowl Classic every year. This is like a vacation to us, almost like homecoming.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing like any other thing in the state of Texas as far as college football goes, especially at the HBCU level. And this is one of the big classics in the state of Texas.
A little reverse.
Nobody stayed home.
And it's going to be more than a first down here for the Grambling Tigers.
Man, good pursuit.
Coming to you, Mr. Campbell.
Prairie View Panthers.
Hold on real quick. You live, Mr. Campbell.
Yo, man. Yeah, man, listen. Let me tell you the point that you're making. I want you to think about how bad this is. History. Bear Bryant used to go see Jake Gaither. Bill Walsh came to Mississippi Valley to learn that offense from Archie Cooley. White coaches would come to see Eddie Robinson on how he ran his defensive front. Think about that now. Think about that. That the white coaches would come to our black coaches and watch how we practiced and played. And to this point, and I'm with you, and I'm not one of the people, fire people, but I watched that Bethune-Cookman game. And the ineptitude of coaching by Bethune-Cookman was ridiculous. The same thing with Grambling. Your personnel does not dictate that you run that play. And if you're going to do that play, then you set the play up. This is the thing that just bothers me as somebody who loves this sport, understands the greatness of our coaches, who put toes, all over, Hall of Famers, coach these players say, hey, this guy coached me. And exactly, I'm sitting up here watching. I got like 4 games on. And it is literally, and I'm like, man, let me cut on Alabama and Georgia. And I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I want to watch my team.
Yeah.
And what this is showing me is really, and like I said, and I'm going to challenge all these coaches. I understand there's limited time, but there comes a time where you got to show proficiency in your craft. That requires you to do the work. Sometimes you got, and like I said, I'm not big on stereotypes. I don't believe in them, but I'm going to tell all these, I need you to do like the white boys and stay in that shit all night. You hear the white boys, like they don't leave and stuff like that.
Yeah, they be in late night. Yeah.
I need you, because let me tell you, what's so funny? This is the reason why Willie Simmons was so far ahead of anybody over the last 20 years. Because you know what Willie did? How many times Willie came on your show, he said, man, listen, I got to go. I'm about to go watch some more tape.
Yeah.
How many times did you hear Willie Simmons say after the game, I've been sitting up at 2, 3 in the morning watching tape? And it showed because our offense was so far ahead of anybody It looked like a real college offense. You saw innovation. You saw multiples. You saw cats running wide open. I'm sitting up here looking at these games, and I am begging for this not to look like high school football on a low level. You got this platform. We got this watch party. Grambling. This is a big game for the Swac, and it's almost unbearable to watch. This is a big game. And this is what I'm saying. When this game meant something, when you had Eddie Robinson, all those pros, and you saw Grambling doing Grambling things, big defensive linemen, playmakers all over the place, and then you see this, and I'm not going, and you're not going to tell me there is talent on some of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
So you're not going to tell me that kid Savage is a beast. That kid Robinson Grambling is a beast.
Yeah.
I could go on and on and on and just start picking players. So you can't tell me there's not talent. There is enough talent to have watchable football. This is all about the coaching, and that they're really going to have to own this and make the product work. Because, again, the thing about it is, it was just like Willie. If Willie hadn't looked, think about how many people were ready to come to FAMU.
Quickly.
They're like, man, I might be able to get to the pros in this offense. So this is just the crazy thing. The same thing. So Billy Joe with the Gulf Coast. I mean, I could go on and on and on, man. And, like I say, people don't, WC going and that offense and Houston Markham and those guys, that pro-style offense that they had, running that, all those guys, Jimmy Smith, Chris Burkett, all these guys, first-round picks, second-round picks, offense. So, man, so absolutely I'm saying the coaching has to improve. And the fact that you're not, what makes it bad? Man, you are one of the most hyped people. That's what makes these watch for. And you can't even get hyped. I'm sitting there looking at your face on the screen, and you look like your child that did something wrong at school. You just listen to the teacher talk about how bad he been.
Because it's like, what's sad to me, Mr. Campbell, is like it's not hard, right? I don't need, listen, and I know you're gonna go off of what has. I don't even care if you don't get NFL picks. My thing is, show me some competency. That's all I'm asking. Is just show me some competency of you understanding football at this new era in the game. That is my issue, and I feel like everybody's living like nobody's left 2005. That's what it feels like. It feels like nobody has left 2005, and then when we get to 2025, then you'll be at 2010, and everybody else will be in 2030, 2040. And it's just sickening. It is sickening to watch because, A, you don't give your best players the opportunity to go make plays, and B, you don't scheme anything open. And the one time you do something right, it's like you never go back to it again, or you leave it, or like, what happened to that play? Why don't we? It's frustrating. I'm not going to lie to you. It's frustrating.
No, it is. Like I said, I've got these games on. I enjoy it. I enjoy your platform. I enjoy what we're doing on HBC Coaches Corner. I enjoy everything what everybody does. They have these different platforms. But the point of it, what's bad, is that they don't even give y'all something good to talk about.
No.
Can we have some good? Now we got all these platforms. Alabama A&M got a platform, and Jack State got a platform, and ASU got a platform. Southern got all FAMU. Everybody now has a platform.
Yeah.
And everybody leaves out and watches this, and they do their little shows, they're gonna be able to talk about. They ain't gonna be able to talk. They're gonna be able to talk about their team won or lost, but they're not gonna be able to see like when I say, "Hey man, did you see Jerry Rice and Willie Totten? Did you see Jock Hill, Nelly and them boys, the Gulf Coast off and the Rack boys? You see what I'm saying?"
Yeah.
Man, did you see that play that Coach Robinson called? That was a hell of a play. That won the game. How many times we heard man when you called that play that won the game?
Yeah.
You don't hear that.
Yeah, you're right.
So I'm just, man, I just wanted to say that because I wanted to get a historical perspective that literally we have the best coaches in the game coming to see our coaches. Coming to our coaches. And like I said, and think about this, really with Bear Bryant, this is before integration, man. And they had no problem coming down to Florida A&M and learning from Jake Gaither.
Facts.
Bill Walsh came down to Mississippi Valley and said, man, I got to learn these plays. If you look at that offense from the time when Jerry Rice got there, beforehand, when the White Cloud, it was totally different offense that Bill Walsh ran, all because of Archie Cooley. This ain't no secret. This is no secret. So, yeah, man, so I just wanted, I appreciate you just giving that observation, but I wanted to back up your observation with some historical, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel
some
you.
Historical perspective. So, yeah, man, so listen. But before I go, though, even with that said, off script anywhere Army, 300 people, $30.
Facts.
Because, hey, man, you got the music, man? I was gonna ask that.
True soldiers, we don't die. Keep rolling, nah.
Hey, man, listen. You watching the watch party, you watching your teams. So Scotty can actually be there to actually tell these coaches, hey, man, get your coaching game up. Donate $30 today, man. Donate $30 to my nephew, to my son, and support him because we got to have that good Wi-Fi. Got to have that good Wi-Fi.
Got to have it.
And stuff like that. Got to have the good Wi-Fi, bro. Got to have the good Wi-Fi. So like I say, again, like I told you, we're going to bring the Escalade down. We're going to bring thick 36. We're going to have that good Wi-Fi. We're going to set up and be at a lot of these games. So, man, for all of you all that have already donated, we appreciate you. We really do because we know it's a sacrifice. And for y'all that haven't, dig in your pocket, just give a little bit. That one glass of Hennessy at the club, you can just relax until homecoming and go on and give up that $30. So that's all I'm going to say, man. So, yes, so the off-script anywhere Army, you see how it's on the screen. You got the Cash App, you got the Zelle, you know what I'm saying? Give that man a little bit of your change, And like I said, I might even come back, I might even do a little match before the end of the night, all right?
I appreciate it, Mr. Gamble. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, guys, as well. Listen, if Off-Script TV is not working, you can also go to Off-Script TV 2 on Cash App. Again, Off-Script TV or Off-Script TV 2. Those are two Cash Apps that I have rolling. It's Cash App been messing with my money. So please and thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate you guys. And for anybody who's gave or is willing to give, man, thank you guys so much. I'm looking at the Jackson State game with Texas Southern, and I gotta listen, it doesn't look pretty, but I gotta give Texas Southern credit. They're just battling, right? Like they're inept offensively, but they're just absolutely battling. So gotta give them credit for that. Rocky, coming to you.
Hey, man, sometimes these guys need to go back in 2005 and run that offense. You know what I mean? Because the advanced stuff they trying to do with the quarterbacks they trying to do it with just ain't working. I don't know if they can't teach it or the guys aren't capable of doing it, but some of the more advanced concepts, the quarterbacks in the Swac haven't proven they can execute it. So they need to run the spread option. They may need to run more basic RPOs, offense. They may need to run jet sweeps and things like that exploit teams and out leverage them in the running game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not watching. I hadn't laid one eye on Jackson State game, but I'm watching the box score. And guess what? The box score says they have 100 yards in the first quarter rush. That's what the box score says. Why do anything else if you got 100 yards rushing in the first quarter? I'm not watching the game. Remember, I had seen situations. I ain't seen nothing. But why would you do anything else if you got 100 yards rushing in the first quarter? Until they stop.
I get it. 100 yards rushing in the first half and you got 6 points. I get it. And if I'm being honest,
first quarter.
First quarter. It's still 6 points at the end of the day. 2 field goals. And I agree with you. Listen, Jack State's running attack is serious. It is. It's their bread and butter. It's their running attack. But, at the end of the day, you still got to be diverse. You still got to, be able to stretch the field in multiple ways. My only thing is, if Texas Southern and I hate to say that, if Texas Southern had if they had KJ Cooper, the game is different. But, Chris Dishman wanted to go with a redshirt freshman that can't throw. It doesn't make any sense to me why you would go with a kid that cannot throw against Jackson State's defense. That doesn't make any sense to me. It's a horrible call. And then guess what they're going to do? Guess what they're going to do on Monday, right? Nobody's going to ask the question, why did you go with a quarterback who can't throw? Ain't nobody gonna ask that question because you got Jace Williams, you got Jace sitting on the side, who was more than capable of throwing the ball, but you go with the redshirt freshman who can't. Again, coaching. But hey, teach his own.
Well, I mean, you can, coaching, and it's hard to. I think you can critique play calling in a way that us lay fans can't, right? Right. My point is that you should always, as a coach, run something your team could execute without hurting you. You understand what I'm saying?
I agree with you.
You coach your son, right?
Yeah.
In football, and you know all kind of concepts that you could draw up that would work in at that level, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what do you end up running? Not the greatest concepts. You end up running what your kids can run without making a mistake.
Hey, listen, let me tell you something. If I was the coach of my son's team, I would literally have my son do a go route every time because nobody can run with him. But that's just me. That's just me. He got the best hands on the team. He's like the second fastest kid on the team. I would literally, if I was the coach, every day I would tell my son just do a go route, and we got a pretty darn good quarterback. I'm not gonna lie to you. So I call him Baby Mahomes. So, and I would just throw go balls until they stop it. And if you can't stop it, then we just gonna blow you out. Simple.
Hey, Scotty, I had a couple kids that was really fast when I coached flag football, and they could really run, but I didn't have a guy that could throw the ball. But you know what I ended up doing?
Handoffs.
Teaching them how to do double reversal.
Handoffs.
Sometimes they faked them, sometimes they kept them. You know what I mean?
Hey, listen, while you playing, though, a team beat us. A team that was not as talented as us beat us doing that. Literally, like, the kid, they had one kid, his name was number 12, and he was the fastest kid they had, and he would turn, and they kept running away from Shaw's side. And then when they finally came to Shaw's side, Shaw ready to jump up there, the kid threw it right over his head. I said, dang! It was crazy, bro. They was working us. They was working us.
So you know what I taught my kids to do when we had a fast kid like that, playing against a fast kid? I made my guy get on him, and when he ran the reverse action, I made my guy chase him.
That's fair. That's fair.
And so he would end up having to slow down to get the handoff, and that little slowdown would usually give him a chance to catch up before he could turn it upfield. But that's just, but what I'm simply saying is it ultimately, now Coach Cole always says this: kids only going to do what you can coach them, and if you can't, don't blame it on the kid if he's capable of doing something and you can't coach him to do it. You know what I mean?
Facts.
But what does that look like? What does it look like, though, when you're asking a kid to do something that he's not capable of doing? What does it look like? Does it look like Cam McCoy? Does it look like, again, this is the thing I say about it, and I know I'm jumping all the way around, but the Jackson State situation, I understand that Jacoby Morgan is a really good controlled passer. You understand?
Yeah.
That 5-10 hitch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Whatever. But my question to you, Scotty, if you're going to do that with the team you have, why not just turn around and hand it to Erb? That's my point. If you're just going to run a 5-yard stop, if you're just going to run that little hook at the slot position, right? If you're just going to run a shallow cross and throw it, why not just hand it off? Because that's much easier. No one has to pass block. No receiver. You have to depend on any receivers blocking at that point. You know what I mean? Like, there's the things that could go wrong are drastically reduced by just turning around and handing it off to a running back. That's why. And when your running game is that effective, why risk it? That's what I'm saying, Scotty. And I know you look at offense in a different way than I do. You looking at what you can exploit on the defense. That's not what I always look at. I look at what can you do consistently as an offense.
I'll say
without
this. I'll say
any
this.
penalties without causing negative play.
I'll say
Go
this.
ahead.
Central Florida is my example of why I don't believe in just simply not having a competent quarterback to throw the ball. You'll end up in a situation where your running attack is not
Absolutely.
working, and then I got to depend on a guy, and I don't trust the guy that I got. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm always going to believe in having a competent quarterback. I agree with you. When everything is apples and oranges and my running game is doing everything I'm asking it to do, that's great. But when I go against a team that is stopping me from doing my objective, I got to be able to pivot. And if I don't trust the quarterback that I have, it's going to be a bad situation. But Rocky, call back in. I got to take KP real quick.
All right.
All right. KP, coming to you.
What up, baby? What's going on, man?
What's up, KP? Talk to me.
Man, just calling, bro, just to holler, man. And y'all talking some real good stuff, man, Mr. Steven and Rocky, man. I mean, I'm watching this Prairie View Grambling game, flipping with Jackson State, man. And I'm like, this is just, hey, man, I'd have seen better high school games than this, man.
Dog.
It's just bland, bro. Like, why? It's like eating food with no seasoning. Basic, just robotic, like, man. And Mr. Stevens, Mr. Campbell, he said some stuff, man, and I don't know, it may have went over some people's head, but he made a good hit when coaches used to come see us, steal plays from us, our coaches.
Yeah.
I remember a time when coaches used to invest. They used to go to other people. Like, I remember Pete Bridgerson, he went to Bobby Bowden. I don't know if it was a camp. I don't know if he just went to Florida State on a visit. He went there. He took the no-huddle package and brought it to Southern, and that shook the Swac, that 95 year, And it's just like everybody's doing the same thing. It's no identity. I remember every team had an identity. You had Southern that can no-huddle. You had Alcorn, physical. You had these identities with these teams, and it's like everybody is the same.
Listen, I'll take it back. I won't even have to go that far back, right? I'll take it back to Southern when Odoms were there, and nobody might not agree with me, but even though, oh my God, Miles, that was horrible. Even though you knew Southern was going to run the ball, the creativity, like I would see some pulls. I'm like, what? I would see some pulls. I'm like, yo, how did that guy even get over there like that? Like, that is all I'm asking, is if, like you said, if that's your identity, do it so well that it's just like, man, that is nice, right? Like Army and Navy, they say we triple option, baby, but they do it so well that they just gonna do their thing. They're gonna execute it at such a high level. Win, lose, or draw, that's who they are. And I agree with you. A lot of these teams, you just do not know what they are or what they're trying to accomplish or who they're trying to attack. Like, even with, and let's go to Colorado real quick. Even with Travis Hunter, they realize, okay, I can't just leave Travis on the outside because you can take him away. So what do? Put him in the slot. What do? We just move him all over the field. He's our best player. Let's find a way to get him the ball. To me, it's the same thing with Grambling. You got Javon Robinson, probably one of the most explosive players in the SWAC. He needs touches. Figure out a way to
15 to 20.
Dog, figure out a way. I don't give a damn if you put him in the backfield. Just figure out ways to get him the ball. That is my issue with everything that Dooley and a lot of these offenses are, that they aren't competent enough to force feed their best player in a meaningful way of saying, hey, I want to get you going early. I want people to be worried about you. Blase blah, right? That's my issue, but go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. 15 to 20 touches, man, given to your star player. That should be the game plan going in. If my player is the impact player, he needs 15 to 20 touches. I don't give a shit if he get it on the punt return, if he get it on the kickoff return, if he got a snap in himself, he needs to touch the ball 15 to 20 times.
Yeah.
I bet you Travis touched the ball 15 to 20 times
Easy.
in Colorado.
Easy.
I bet he don't leave that game without touching the ball over 10 times.
Yeah.
And it's just like our coaches don't have that mindset, man. And I just like I really would be wondering, like, my Dooley was at Southern. He ran the 10 plays at Southern. You hire him as your OC at Grambling, and he's running the same 10 plays at Grambling. Like, that's not progressing, man. That is not moving the needle at all. You just taking one cat from one cage and putting it back into the other cage on the other side of town. Like, it's not, it don't make sense to me, man. And another thing, bro, and I know I had said something in the comments about hey, but if I'm AD, I'm not paying no coach in the Swac over $100,000. Absolutely not. I would never pay a coach over $100,000 that has been in this conference over 5 years and hadn't produced a championship. No.
Miss me with it.
Some people may say go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I said, miss me with it. I ain't paying you. Yeah, listen, go somewhere else. Because to me, I look at it like this. Who else going to hire you? Don't worry, I'll wait.
Talk about it.
If Chennis Berry.
Talk about it.
Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. The only other team that probably would have hired Chennis Berry was Southern. Let's keep it a buck. Who gonna hire you? If I don't pay if I don't pay TC Taylor, if I don't pay TC Taylor $200,000, who gonna hire you, TC?
Nobody.
Come on.
You ain't going up. I would stoop so low and go get a program that's doing well on the high school rank, coach doing well at a program on the high school rank, and pay him that $100 or $80K. Because he's making 30 or 40 at the high school. He'll get a good happy with a raise, and then I put a incentive. Hey, every game you win, we getting $15K for every win, or every $10K for every win, and that'll boost your base salary up. You know, you can make to close to $200. But to come out base salary $200 for Graves, and this man ain't been a coach in 30 years.
Who gonna hire you? See, that would be my question. Listen, I have to pull a. Hey, listen, if you feel your value is more than what it is, go find it, because it ain't gonna get. I'm not paying for it. Ooh.
None of these coaches, in my opinion, this is my opinion, should be making over 150 with no championship. If you a champion coach in this league, okay, then we can talk. If you ain't if you ain't won it, hey man, get this 100,000 base or go on about your business. See, you gonna make 80 or 40 or 60 as an OC or DC coordinator somewhere else. You know?
Yeah.
You're not going to be a head coach. Nobody going to pay you that money as a head coach, because you're going to more likely get a coordinating job, and it's going to start you at 60 or 70. So you're going to take this $100K as a head coach and go about your business.
Yeah.
Because you hadn't done nothing in 30 years, man. And it's just bad. And then you want to raise tickets? Man, I wish I would pay $50 for a product on the field like this, man.
Yeah. I agree.
Man, last thing, man. Man, I don't even have a last thing. I'm about to watch the big boys, man.
All right,
look, man, appreciate the show. Thanks for the watch party, bro. Y'all keep it going, man.
I appreciate it, KP. Man, this game, boy.
First and goal. Nothing on first down, but the pile is still moving. The pile's still going on, and it looks like a gain of 2, maybe 3 on the play.
A good tough.
I don't know what is going on with South Carolina State. They do not look nowhere near as good how they played Georgia Southern. They don't look as good as how they played FAMU. Eric Phoenix looks all out of whack. It makes it seem like the market is the market. I'm not saying they should be paid, but see no. That's not how that works. You are what you get. Like, what leverage do a lot of these HBCU coaches have? That's what I would like to ask you. Terrence Graves has no leverage. Oh, it's a flag. What the fuck, man? Terrence Graves has no leverage. None whatsoever. So what do you mean, like, the market is what the market is? He has no leverage in the market. Who else is going to pay you $200,000? Who else is going to pay you $225,000? Who else? That's what I'm saying. There is no market when you have no leverage. That's my issue. That's what people aren't understanding. There is no market when you don't have leverage. Right? That's just how the game works. What leverage do you have? None. You don't have any. So I can pay you. Whatever I decide to offer you is what I would decide to pay you. It's either you take it or leave it. It's just that simple. Unless you're a Trey Oliver, unless you're a Willie Simmons, right? Unless you're Broderick Fobbs, guys who have won championships before, what are we talking about right now? Realistically, what are we talking about right now? Come on, man. Come on.
For 15 years, the Home Depot Retool Your School program has been
And then watching this Jackson State game, like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I really don't. It's like you're forcing a quarterback to play this game who cannot throw. I don't understand it. I truly do not understand it. I don't get it, man. I really don't get it. Like, you're handicapping your own team with his inability to throw the football. Like, he threw for 55 yards last week. You're a run-first team against a team that does heavy blitzing. I don't understand how this makes any sense. Like, I don't get why coaches deliberately put your team behind the 8 ball. You're telling me that Jace can't play this game? Is that really what you're telling me? I mean, is that really what you're telling me? You telling me the newcomer of the year can't play the quarterback position to throw a football?
We are not at all what you think.
And again, I'm gonna say this. And these coaches get away with these these coaches get away with these dumbass coaching decisions because there's nobody to hold them accountable. Again, there's no one to hold them accountable. They don't have to deal with constant media questions that other big programs have to deal with. Why isn't Jace not playing? Why is our newcomer of the year not playing? Why is this? Why is that? It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't get it. I definitely do not get it.
Not having to wait until they go into the locker room. They can show them their mistakes and everything right there on the sideline in real time.
Well, it's definitely a game changer because this is what the technology is now. All these kids are doing is swiping anyway. So they can so now they can kind of find something that they like and learn at the same time.
Here is the return. Big return by Grambling. And that is going to be Javon Robinson. Florida City, Florida on the return. 32 yards on the return, and that sets up Grambling nicely on this next drive.
Yeah, Bryce McDonald finally got a hold to him, the senior out of Houston, Texas. But a huge game for Grambling.
Absolutely.
It was a great scoring drive by Prairie View, taking advantage of that nice punt return on the previous drive. 4 plays, 40 yards, able to punch it into the end zone. You see Miles Crawley so far. He's been very efficient so far in this ball game, but his team is tied at 7.
And you notice that was a word that Coach Joseph used is efficiency, making sure that the offense runs efficiently. Crawley on first down. Big catch by Julian Lewis, and that was a great job by Lewis going down and getting the football because really the ball was thrown a little bit low. And actually that's going to be C.J. Knighton on the catch.
Yeah, good job by Crawley. Watch the offensive line. They're going to pick up the TE stunt on the left side. Good job picking that up. And then the throw, as you mentioned, a little low by Crawley, but a nice grab by the receiver, Lewis, to pull it in and set up a 2nd and short. The
Did you say TE? I thought he almost hit a text stunt.
No.
Is that old school?
That's old school.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Man to man, you got Javon.
Here is the give on second down up to about right at the line of scrimmage, actually.
Good defense by the Panthers coming over making the stop. Avalon Jones, the linebacker from Crosby High School.
Jesus Christ.
And right outside of Houston, maybe 30 minutes on the outskirts of Houston. 20 minutes if you drive like Santoria.
They got pretty good crawfish down in Crosby. You talking about Baton Rouge got some good Cajun food. Crosby, you make that drive to go get those crawfish.
The Crawfish Hut.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Y'all making me
my lips are burning right now. I'm just thinking about it.
C.J. Knight in motion. Here is the give to Bull Hargrove, and it was at the last minute.
Come on, man. Just hand the damn. If you're going to run the ball, run the damn ball.
No, I want it.
Jesus.
With the mesh that time between Crawley, you see him going to the side.
Oh, my God.
Crawley trying to pull it. Bull Musgrove's like, no, this is my hamburger. I am taking it. I am keeping it. But the Panthers were right there, and Crawley was like, let go of the football, bro.
Hey, another win for the Panthers here defensively. They're doing better and better and better each play.
Look, as a former running back, you never want to let that football go.
You mean the hamburger?
Yeah.
Or the football?
Either one. You don't want to let it go.
All right.
I'll pay you Tuesday if you give me the hamburger today. How about that? Huh?
40-yard punt on the play. And, of course, there is a flag on the field, and it's going to be at the 42-yard line, and there's a when we can see this flag here in just a second.
During the return, blocking the back, on the return tee, number 47. That 10-yard penalty will be enforced from the end of the kick. First down.
All right, block in the back, and be a first down for the Panthers. You know, a lot of players from the state of Texas, and you can see the Panthers huddling up there with their offensive staff getting ready for this next drive.
What about the Grambling?
Hold on. Time out. Did Texas Southern do a quarterback sneak on 4th and 5? I know that. No, they couldn't have. I know I'm not crazy. They couldn't have.
In Dallas, and then you can see the players from Dallas for Grambling. Trey Bradford, along with Keelan Elder, Taj Martin. So lots of players that are from the DFW. And, you know, one of the great things about this game is their families get a chance to come out, see them. They don't have to drive far. Ball on the 9-yard line. It was half the distance after the penalty. Here's the long throw by Peters, and it's intercepted by the
That boy Cam Peters is bad. That boy Cam Peters is just bad, man.
Let's wait till the replay.
He's just bad.
He's got to stay in his lane. He broke the pass pattern off, which allowed the safety to come over. Here's plenty of time. He's got a lot of time. Steps back, throws it. Now look how much time he has to get the ball. He didn't. That's not a good pass by.
That is horrible. That is just bad.
He's got to get that ball inside. Yeah, he's got to throw that ball inside, allow Burns.
He did a quarterback sneak on 4th and 5. I know y'all lying. I know y'all lying. I know he did not run a quarterback sneak on 4th and 5.
Very calmly steps up in the pocket, waits for the receiver to break open, wide open, and a lot of yak.
Yeah, thanks to Kevin Davis Jr. That would have been another score if he had to come over for the senior from Freeport.
Crawley looking incomplete. The pass was intended for J.R.
I actually like what I'm seeing from Grambling. I don't mind you going 5 wide and throwing it around the freaking yard. You know why? You got the freaking athletes to do it. Just make it an air raid style system. Just throw the hole. God damn, like you got all the athletes you could possibly think of at the wide receiver position. Just throw the damn ball. Just throw the damn ball.
Excuse me. Now, here's little wide receiver one-on-one. if that ball is underthrown, Charles, you got to slow up and let that defender run into you so you draw that pass interference penalty.
Absolutely. You won't jump ball on that play, though, because look at this. Look, y'all won't jump ball in the end zone. He's 6'4". He's 5'9".
Crawley escaping pressure. Incomplete. Tried to get it to Trey Bradford, where he was the closest to the football at least. Lots of pressure being given by Prairie View. Jamal Marshall, the 6'3", 285 senior from Fort Worth.
Watch this pressure again. Another stunt. The defensive tackle coming all the way around the inside. Offensive lineman got confused. Great pressure that time. Big number 93 putting the heat on Jamal Marshall.
Jamal Marshall, 6'3", 285, and I don't know, Charles, he looks like he might be a piece of cornbread away from 300.
I don't know. Maybe one more serving of red beans and rice. He might get it for sure.
Third down. Crawley escapes pressure momentarily. Flag on the play.
And he fumbled the freaking ball. And he fumbled the ball. God, dog, Miles.
32-yard line. And that's going to be holding.
Well, I'm not sure. The big offensive lineman said the defense had his face mask. Number 78 for Grambling. That's Armand Owens.
Personal foul. Face mask. Defense. Number 91. 15-yard penalty. Half the distance to the goal. First down.
Yeah, that was Jamian Simmons, or Gefford, actually. That grabbed the face mask of the offensive lineman, Armand Owens. So that's going to cost the Panthers 15 yards, or at least half the distance to the goal. Now it's going to be first.
Now, let me tell you, the first play I would do, I would actually do that 3-back system that Dooley does. I like that a lot. When they line up, like 3 backs line up back to back to back, like right beside each other, that would be the first formation I get into. I would do that 3-back set right here, right now. I wouldn't be surprised. I would tell you to watch the tight end right here or watch a halfback screen.
One of the things that they did is a great job of moving down the line to the football.
Absolutely. Stephen Shaw Jr., the big defensive tackle, comes all the way from Hiram Clark to get him. And a good job by the defense.
That'll bring up second down and long.
Are you familiar with the term scraping?
I am.
Okay, I was just I'm just wondering if I'm the only old school cat here. All right.
Look, we both from the 80s, man. Yeah. We understand that.
Well, Santori should certainly know what we're talking about. He's from the 60s, so I mean, gee whiz.
I'm sorry, you guys have qualified for your AARP card already.
Oh my God, I got one.
To second down, Crawley moving, gets out of bounds, and he's going to be hit going out of bounds. That's going to be a penalty against Prairie View.
Harris has got to keep his
Again. And it's still stupid by Miles because you kept the ball in your hand instead of throwing the whole away. Even though you got bailed out by the flag, it's still a dumbass decision because you kept the ball in your hand and ran out of bounds. Throw it away. Throw it away.
Yeah, he's well out of bounds, Charles. Well out of bounds.
2 steps.
It's an easy call for the refs. A little 7-on-7 crime right there.
Ball on the 9-yard line, and when Grambling came to the sideline, offensive coordinator Eric Dooley lit into the offense, telling them that you have got to start concentrating and moving the ball forward. Right now, they're doing it because of penalties.
5 penalties on the Panthers.
Here's the give. Touchdown, Grambling State University. Trey Bradford on the run, 9-yard touchdown run, and the Grambling Tigers on top 13-7.
Well, whatever Coach Dooley said on the sideline, it worked because they got the immediate score running over the right side of that offensive line. Huge hole for Trey Bradford as he takes it in for the score, and the Tigers go back on top.
6 plays, 50 yards, 2 minutes, 8 seconds. All it took for Grambling State to get down in the end zone.
And the extra point try is up, and it is good. But now the Grambling Tigers.
Okay. Can Grambling fans be happy because they're winning? Absolutely. Should Grambling fans be happy that they're winning? No, because it looks horrible. It looks absolutely horrible. Like there's no getting around it. It looks bad, man. It just looks bad.
Of course, joining us now on the field here in the stadium, Rick Ross has made his appearance here at the football game.
Rick Ross.
Aston Martin music.
Look, driving down from Houston to cover the game today, my wife told me, I asked her, what music you want to listen to? She's like, put on that new Rick Ross. Drop that new Rick Ross for me.
Oh, not only did she say play it, but she said drop that new
Rick Ross for me.
Yeah, she's having fun at the tailgate.
We're rolling up I-45 looking to Rose.
Ricky Rose. Yeah, we'll be in the parking lot after the game. That's for sure. Well, the Panthers now have got to answer this hit in the mouth. They've got to hit him back right now. They've got 4 minutes, 18 seconds. Let's see what they do.
This kick is going to go out of the end zone, and Prairie View will have the ball first down and 10, where there's a big crowd now by the Grambling State University marching band down at the field level because Rick Ross has made his way in, and it's a part of all the festivities that go on here at the State Fair Classic. And, you know, one of the things that's great about this game is just how everybody works together from, and there you see Rick Ross coming into the stadium.
Dang, Rick Ross was just in Florida. He was just in Orlando. Jesus Christ.
DJ Bedbeck, he is a native of Shreveport, Louisiana, works at a local radio station here.
You never know who's going to pop out and show them here at the State Fair.
That's why you have got to come out to the football game. First and 10.
Come on, Andrew. Come on, Andrew. Come on, Andrew. You gotta freaking wrap up, Andrew. Just get his legs.
He's trying to get to that outside. If he gets to that outside, then it's going to be off to the races. He's going to keep that speed. Great job of keeping his feet that time, pumping the legs, coming around the right side, trying to one man. Well, two men. There's number 10 coming out there. And same play.
I'll tell you what, Andrew Jones, he got away from Andrew Jones on the first down play. Andrew Jones said, you're not getting away a second time. Not this time. See, Wisham.
Yeah, Isaac Washington over there, too, helping out.
Loss of 9 yards on the play.
It's a big third down and long coming up for Prairie View, trailing 14.
Let's go, South Carolina State. Even though that was like definitely offensive pass interference. That was definitely offensive pass interference.
Coverage.
Fans are still coming into the ball game. Here is the throw. Oh, nearly intercepted again. That ball was tipped.
Hey, you know my guy know, cause he is an actual pilot. Okay, my guy knows. So shout out to Rick Ross. The biggest boss. I own my own plane. I do big things. Ricky Rose, lemon pepper my wings up. The boss.
Going to have to punt it away, and Grambling's going to end up in pretty good field position as long as they don't have a penalty here.
That South Carolina State touchdown pass should have been offensive pass interference. He definitely pushed off.
A&M.
If I'm Grambling, we got to score right here. If I'm Dooley, I'm talking to my guy Miles, and I'm saying, "Hey, we gotta score here. Let's go up 2 scores. Let's go up 2 scores right here, right now. Okay, now even better. We're on the 50. Hey, let's take a shot right here. Let's take a shot right here with our guy. Let's get Javon Robinson in the slot. Let's get him on a good matchup. Maybe get him in motion or something like that. Motion him across. Get the stack." Maybe add a tight end for extra protection, right? Do a little max protect, and let's take a shot right here. Let's take a shot right here. We on the 50. Let's take a shot right here. That's what I'm thinking. Let's take a shot right here.
You never know what you're going to see at the State Fair Classic.
I'm telling you, it's about 150 people. Right there, about 150 people walking just. No pass. They're just out there.
No, you know what?
I'm
Look,
teasing.
if you're Rick Ross, you don't need a pass.
Well, Rick Ross don't need a pass. What about the other 149?
Man, that crowd thick at the State Fair Classic. I ain't gonna hold you. It's a lot of people in that joker. It's a lot of people in that joker right here. Listen, I'm either taking a shot to my guy Javon or number 88, but I'm taking a shot right here. All right, maybe a little play action, whatever, max protect. Like let's do this. Let's take this shot right here. 88, Javon Robinson. One of these guys got to come open. And I'm probably putting them on the same side to make the safety have to make a decision.
Some things that I want to try. I don't know if my cardiologist nor my wife will allow me to.
I'm not going to tell.
There's just a lot of good things on there. All of it's deep fried. I'll just say that. Chicken fried meatloaf.
Chicken fried beaks.
No, chicken fried meatloaf.
Oh, meatloaf. I thought you meant beaks, like chicken beaks.
No, chicken fried meatloaf.
Yeah, you ever had chicken feet?
Oh, good tackle.
Chicken feet soup. I know Santoria's country, see, so I could.
That was a good tackle. Real good tackle. Can't be mad at that. You got your guy in space like you wanted him, and good tackle. I like that they got Javon Robinson in the backfield. Is that number 8? I like that they got that. I like how they got that. I like how they got that. Get him. I like how they got this right here. I like this. I like this formation. I don't know what he's going to do with it, but I like it. Man to man, Javon Robinson in the backfield, wheel route. Javon Robinson out the backfield, wheel route. Javon Robinson out the backfield, wheel route. What I tell you? Boy, I do this. Why y'all playing? I do this. This what I do. I can see it a mile away. Motion away. You can see the linebackers on the running back. Javon Robinson out the backfield, wheel route. I can tell you. Come on now. That's why you watch me.
You have to make that first man.
That's why you watch me.
2-minute timeout is upon us. And Prairie View down 4.
Come on, man. Tell me that's not how. You can call me and announce. I can announce the game. I see it. That's why y'all watch.
Yep, we do. Let's play the clip. Hold it.
That's how you set it up. You see, okay. Thank you, God. That's how you set it up. That's all I've been saying. If you set it up, I can see it. I don't have to worry if it's zone or man. Once the guy motions across, I can then see it. That it's man to man. That means that linebacker is on my guy. Now, what Miles should have done is let him clear and got it over him, and then Javon's probably running to the crib, right? Oh, fumble! Let's go, South Carolina State! Run it up! Uh-oh. Somebody's hurt. Run it up! You see what I'm saying? That's how you set that up. That's how you set it up. That's what motion does. And I keep trying to explain to y'all. I'm not picking on people. I'm not bullying anybody. I'm telling you what good play calling does. Good play calling, good play setups come in motion and all that type of stuff because it lets your quarterback process faster. It gives him the answers to the test. That's all I'm trying to tell y'all. And that's what I've been trying to elaborate for the last 2 years is that motion allows your quarterback to understand it. I got to go to the bathroom, guys. I'll be right back.
to Jesus' Wi-Fi any sooner than I need to.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not going above anything higher than 5 feet off the ground.
Yeah, I stopped that a long time ago.
Yes, coming up at halftime, Pepsi band performances on the Pepsi Halftime Show, man, and it is going to be electric. The Prairie View A&M and Grambling State University marching bands, and nice job getting out of a tackle across the 40-yard line.
With Dante Hunter.
This is my thing, right? If you're going to rush to the line and you're going to do like a quick snap, why not do a hard count to see if you can get a free play? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm thinking too much.
There at that right defensive end, almost had that football out, went for the strip. And we have a shaken up Panther down at the front.
Listen, that Kalen DeBoer offense is not a game. I want to be very clear. I'm not watching the Georgia and Alabama game at all, but let me tell you, that Alabama offense is called out-leverage city, okay? He will out-leverage you in a heartbeat. He will motion away and literally okay, so what I like about Kalen is he uses Jalen Milroe has to be thanking his heavens that he got Kalen DeBoer. And the reason is the offense that he runs, it is simply out-leverage city. Come on, Eric Phoenix. Are you kidding me? Eric Phoenix just threw a pick. Kalen DeBoer runs it to where it's like, I'm going to set it up right? So he'll motion a receiver away and he'll do a QB power with the running back being the lead guy. And I got more than you can block. And I got the best athlete on the field at quarterback. So I'm gonna do work. I love it. I love Kalen DeBoer's offense.
Here's a nice little quick pass. And that's going to go out to Javon Robinson, still on his feet. They're trying to strip the ball out of his hand.
That's how you get Javon Robinson the ball. That's how you get Javon Robinson the ball. Drag routes, easy stuff. He's too fast for these ninjas. Underneath
the receiver one-on-one, and he was able to outrun the Panther defense to the boundary, get down to the 20-yard line as we go under a minute.
Hit the drag.
Crawley escaping pressure, still on his feet, and he throws it out of bounds wisely. And that'll bring up second down.
Yeah, there's Edmondson again getting a paw up on it, man. He's playing some good defense, keeping containment like we talked about earlier. He's staying right where he needs to be and relying on the safety and the cornerback to have his back.
And again, you have to do that against a mobile quarterback like Crawley, who's so elusive at escaping pressure and getting to the outside.
He's not motioning.
Crawley, all kinds of time, complete and out of bounds. That stops the clock after a 5-yard gain.
And again, Crawley going to the short side of the field, saw the one-on-one coverage, able to pick up half the distance there. So now to set up a 3rd down and 5 with 33 seconds. And
got an injured player.
Yeah, over on the sideline here, looks like it's Javon Robinson who made the reception.
Oh man, you definitely don't need him to go down. That's like your best player.
You see him on the sideline. He's kind of walking it off, but man, Edmondson has had just a fabulous ball game for the Panthers, and now Grambling.
There you go. You see the zone.
Caught and out of bounds. Bull Hargrove.
Again, they work on that right side, Charles. Same play, just an out pattern, taking advantage of the off coverage. Coming out of the backfield that time was Hargrove, and he's just able to beat the linebacker to the boundary.
Yeah, and here they go again. They're going to have man up right here on the right side.
That wasn't man, it was zone.
2 tight ends in here, and they're bringing the
Watch the mesh. Horrible play call. Horrible play call. You're in a tight formation. Why are you not running mesh? Oh my gosh, why are you not running mesh?
Initially, because of the pressure. this inside pressure. You see the blitz. And then Crawley, forced to escape, did not see Hargrove and just throws it away.
Well, yeah, the Panthers are running into each other right there. Kevin Sarkozy and Steve Shaw ran right into each other. They could have made the tackle behind the line of scrimmage. Oh.
Crawley throwing, and it's going to go out of bounds, and a flag on the play.
If that's holding against Grambling, that's going to be huge because it's going to back them up 10 yards, make the possible field goal attempt more difficult.
Offense, number 74. 10-yard penalty. Second down.
Second down now.
Yeah, Simon had him in his grasp, but the hole kept him from getting to the quarterback. And now they're going to have to attempt a longer field goal.
They're still second down.
I'm sorry. That is bad quarterbacking by Miles. You're looking at the... Oh, my God. Jesus freaking Christ. I could understand if you're looking this way. You were looking in the same direction that you see the rush. Why didn't you climb up in the pocket, step out? Oh, my.
To your screen right there in the middle, and Coach Dooley knows Prairie View A&M very well.
Very well.
Yes.
Coach, he's an offensive guy. I mean, he's going to go out. He's going to find some receivers. He likes to throw the ball. And Dooley really pays a lot of attention to details, hours of breaking down film and studying other defenses, putting his pawns right where he needs in his chess match.
And right behind him was the line coach, Reginald Nelson, who is actually trying to complete his PhD. Big catch by Bull Hargrove, gets inside the 15. 7-yard gain on the play, so still 13 seconds left, and it's third down and goal.
Shout out to South Carolina State with the touchdown.
One shot at the end zone here.
I think you go to your 88, number 88. I put him on an island by himself. I would do it to the short side of the field. They might go to Chris Waters right here, but I would go to number 88. But they probably gonna throw this fade to Chris Waters.
Miles Crawley escaping, looking, throwing, incomplete. In and out of the hands of the intended receiver, Javon Robbins. No, it's going to be Bull Hargrove.
That was actually a pretty good throw by Miles.
Bullet here, right where you want it, between the safety and the linebacker coming over. Actually, that's
he did that pretty well. He worked up in the pocket. He saw it, threw it. Just a little high. Just a little high.
Should have had that one. The junior out of Baton Rouge, transfer from McNeese State, had to go right through his arms. Reed Harridan going to come in for the for the field goal attempt.
And Harridan that field goal would have been good, but of course, a timeout was charged.
Timeout, Prairie View. 30 seconds.
And it's 30 seconds.
Jesus.
Wow. Well, let me tell you a little quick story while we got a second. Commissioner Charles McClellan, used to work at Prairie View, and we used to do sports together, and we would always try to figure out how many people were in the stands. Well, he said when he was in school, in order for them to get the census in Mississippi, they would send someone called a counter. And the counter would come to the classroom, look in there and say, okay, he never counted anybody. He just looking at the class, 25 people in there. And that's how they counted all of the children in the Jackson, Mississippi school system, the counter. So if I was a counter, or if you were a counter, how many people do you estimate here?
Here is the field goal try. It is up, plenty of distance, good. Grambling goes up 17.
Man, it's not looking too good for Prairie View. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say on that.
I'm gonna guess probably closer to 40.
40?
Yeah. Only reason I say that, Here's the
I'm
reason.
going to split the difference and say 35.
Here's the reason. I can accept that. Here's the reason. Usually when this lower bowl is filled, you're close to 35.
Yes.
You're close to that. But you've got a lot of people on the right below us here in the press box.
Absolutely.
In the upper deck, and then you've got some spread out. I would say closer to 40, 43.
You know what? I got to agree. I didn't see the people down here in the upper deck right under us. I'm looking across the field. But, yeah, it's quite a few people here. What is the record attendance of the State Fair class?
I remember it being over 70,000 in 94, 95.
94, well, in 92, 94, I think it was 94, there was 64,000. I think, and then in 96, it was 72.
Right around 96.
72, something like that, yeah. 72,500, something like that, real close. We're gonna have to, I'm going to research that at halftime and figure I'll get you an accurate number.
Well, I tell you what, they are enjoying football weather finally here in the state of Texas, as it is a absolutely gorgeous night here in Dallas. Not, very few clouds in the sky. It's about 80 degrees now that the sun has set. You got a nice breeze in the stadium as well. You can't ask for much better football weather than this.
Yeah, it's been a great couple of days. Friday's travel day was just wonderful. I mean, gee whiz, it was the first kind of cool day Friday, the temperatures dropped around 70, and you got a chance to get on the road, clear skies, beautiful day, man.
Roll the windows down.
Yes. I wish we could have left earlier. I've always wanted to come to the fair on Friday when it opens because there's not a lot of people here. And I can enjoy myself and get everything. I told my wife, I said, everything will be fresh. Everything will be fresh.
And, of course, the Prairie A&M Panthers.
All right. Halftime for the game. Let me just say this. Jesus Christ. What scares me is this. If you had Nichols that beat Valley 66-0, I think you had Lamar beat them by 2 touchdowns. And Alcorn has only beaten Valley by 10 points, I think. My thing is that what does that say about Alcorn? What does that say about the Swac? I've never seen a division of football love to beat on themselves so much. I'm talking about simply ooh, can't wait to get a it's like you can't beat nobody out of conference. You're so excited to be in conference play because you're like, ooh, now I can play the people that I can beat. But it's like anybody you play out of conference, you just get your ass whooped. Teams just get their ass whooped. And I don't get it. I don't get it. And then you get in conference play and you look a hot mess. And listen, don't get me wrong. I think Alcorn is doing what Alcorn is capable of doing with the quarterback that they have. But, man, this is just, bro, Valley got, can I say something, please? Valley didn't cross midfield until the third quarter against Nichols. I'm going to say that again. Valley didn't cross the midfield until the third quarter against Nichols. Valley out here dropping dimes on Alcorn. The same quarterback that threw 4 interceptions against Nichols is out here throwing dimes. And I think they probably got a turnover. But I just don't get it. I just don't get it sometimes. Yeah, he picked them off, right? That's my this is what I'm saying. What Alcorn just picked them off, but that's what Valley is. So to me, if Valley got exposed of how bad they really are, and Alcorn is barely beating them, and when I mean barely beating them, 10 points is barely beating somebody. right? When Valley is able to move the ball down the field, again, Valley didn't cross midfield until the third quarter. The score is 24-14 Valley. 24-14 Alcorn with a minute left before half. So when you look at the landscape of just football in this space, like, again, Mercer murdered Bethune-Cookman. I think it was like 35-3 or 35-0, 35-7, something crazy. Murdered Alabama State, right? Bethune-Cookman. And then Alabama State, kind of squeaks by Bethune-Cookman, even though they dominated the game, the whole game. If I'm not mistaken, you got Valley getting sacks. It's not funny to y'all because y'all didn't watch the Nichols game. I watched the first half of the Nichols game. Listen, the holes were so big, like guys could have ran backwards and scored touchdowns. Like, that's how big the holes were when Nichols was playing Valley. I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess the Deion Sanders period. I guess the Deion Sanders period just elevated all the talent and all. I just shake my head, man. All I can do is shake my head. That's literally it. I don't know. I just don't know. I feel like I feel like a dad that's disappointed because people get mad. Like, Perry tells me all the time. He's like, and I'm excuse my French, but Perry be like, you gotta love this nigga shit. Like, you just gotta love it. Like, you gotta love it for what it is. Because if you're breaking it down on the competency of the game, if you're breaking it down to the nuances of doing things the right way and it looking a certain way and it making sense in certain forms or fashions, it will piss you off. It will legit piss you off. But if you look at it just like, I love this nigga shit, like I love black shit, then you're like, you're just like, hey, it is what it is. Because that's really what it comes down to. Because you just can't, listen, I'm sorry. You cannot tell me with the talent that is in these portals and people dropping down and all, that you can't build a quality team and get quality depth. Like, I'm seeing Division II teams with better O-line play and D-line play. Most of the players on South Carolina State came from Division II. And they're doing a pretty, oh, Jesus Christ. And they're doing a pretty bang-up job, you know what I'm saying, to compete. I don't know, man. I don't know. That's all I'm going to say is, it's like, I think this week has just been so disheartening because you just see for me, you just see the ineptitude of a lot of this coaching, a lot of this, and listen, there's a difference between coaches being stubborn or coaches saying, hey, this is what we do, this is how we run it. There's a difference because every coach is going to have their thing, right? Like, they're like, hey, I run this and I do this and this is my, okay. But then there comes a time where you got to say, like, excuse me, you got to say, like, okay, the defense is doing this. How are we going to counteract it? Okay, they're stopping this. And those are the things that I don't really see. I don't see, oh, that's a great play call by NCAT. I like that play. I just don't see the creativity. I just do not. shuffle passes and tight end pops and, tunnel screens and, setup. I don't see setup plays. And I think that's the biggest indictment on SWAC coaching. A lot of these dudes just run plays they just run them. They don't have any setup. There's nothing that they'll say, hey, I'm going to come back to this later because you're going to think this and we're going to do that off of it, right? That's the part to me that I'm waiting for. I'm just absolutely waiting for. But, what do I know? I'm just a guy on YouTube. Jackson State is up on Texas Southern 13-0. Oh, and it looks like it's about to be. Oh, good. Oh, that's nice. That was nice. Good return from Jackson State. Looks like they're about to score again. It's 13-0. So my Texas Southern pick is out the picture. Because every time I try to give a team a benefit of the doubt, every single time I try to give a team a benefit of the doubt, it ends up biting me in the ass. I agree with you for the most part. I thought JSU. Listen, if you go back and watch the JSU game, if you go back and watch the ULM game, after the first 5 minutes of the third quarter, TC Taylor was calling a horrible game. He called a horrible game. And then in the fourth quarter, he gave up. His play calling told me he gave up. It just didn't make any sense. So you have that, right? And what Coach Green is talking about, what Southern did to make the adjustments, Prairie View is not good. That's why first of all, you had to make a comeback. Prairie View was up on your ass, and you made a comeback, and you won. Prairie View is not good. So if that's the bar you're measuring yourself upon, what are we talking about? I keep telling y'all that's like saying, who's the tallest midget? You're all short. You're all short. That's the problem. That's what people do not understand. You're all short. That's the frustrating part of the whole thing. Texas Southern almost beat a ranked Lamar. They did. And it was a pretty decent game. That was a great play. That was a great play call by TC Taylor. He dropped that joker. But again, coming into this game, this is what I'm talking about, adjustments. Coming into this game, you can't compete against Lamar the same way you compete against Jackson. And they're trying to take that same mindset that they did against Lamar and take it into Jackson, and it's not going to work. It just isn't. And I don't know what in the film room told you that us deciding to run the ball 50,000 times is going to beat Jackson State. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Prairie View is not good. They're not. They're not a good ball club. And you were down, and you came back and won the game. Congratulations. But they're not a good football team. Period. Oh, that's a flag. That's a flag. That's a flag. That's a flag. UGA finally crosses the 50. That's tough. That's tough. Jesus Christ, that's tough. You got to catch that. That's a good ball. You got to catch that, my boy. So. I think you got to give credit to Texas Southern's defense. They're out here battling. They are really out here putting on a show. If they had any type of offense, this is a different game. I'm telling you, this is such a different game. If they had any type of offense, if they could generate anything, this would be a different game. Oh, there go Grambling with the handicap drum. There go Grambling with the handicap drum. Oh, pulling the sled. I thought Ahmad was about to get that. He looked pretty darn close to getting it. Hey, the MEAC, listen, it's NCCU and everybody else. I think South Carolina State is a solid team. I think South Carolina State's a good team. I really do. I think they're balanced. I like South Carolina State. I know they aren't looking the best here. I think they're better than what they've looked today, even though they're up 2 touchdowns. But it's really NCCU and everybody else in the MEAC, point blank period. Howard doesn't look good to me. South Carolina State, and then it's NCCU versus everybody else. In the SWAC, Zay, oh my gosh. The only team that I can really say that I have to go with, I would have to go with good teams would be FAMU, Jackson State. And this is what makes Alabama State a good team. It's just because they know who they are, right? They know who they are. They run the ball and they play defense, right? You can live with a team that understands what the obstacle is in front of them. They know their quarterback limited. So their offensive line is getting better. Their defense is getting better, right? Like they are a good team just off what they do. Now, if you come in and stop what they do, they screwed. They just flat out screwed. But for what they are right now, they're a good team. It will be FAMU, Alabama State, and I can't even really give it to Grambling because I really don't trust. Like, they're the type of team that everything has to be going their way to be good. I don't think that they do anything. Like, they're so talented, man. It's not even funny, but I just don't think they're a good team. I just think they're a talented team and they're beating up on bad teams. That's really what I think it is. They're a talented team that is beating bad teams, right? The Jackson State win was, I'm sorry, listen, I will never say that a team didn't earn turnovers, right? But at the same time, that's the only reason if the defense did not score that game, Grambling probably gets blown out. Real talk, real deal, Holyfield. And TC Taylor put them in a bind because of the situation of not playing Jacoby and Morgan. Oh, what a pass by Jacobian. What a pass by Jacobian. You know what I'm saying? Like he put his team in a bind by not playing Jacobian, and Cameron gets in the game and it just goes downhill from there. So, this year in the SWAC, man, it's probably, if I'm being honest, it's probably one of the worst years just of the team since I've been literally since I've been in this space. This year is probably the worst teams I've seen in the SWAC. Real talk, real deal, Holyfield, real talk. Because when I first got on the scene, that Southern Spring team, amazing. FAMU, amazing. That first year when coming out of the spring season. A&M was deadly. with that offense that they had coming out the spring, right? When you had OJ, you had Abdul, you had Juice, right? Like they were super talented. Alabama State was shaky. Valley was really good. You gotta think. That was a Vincent Dancy led Valley team that was knocking Bama's off. Or, I mean, the first year, remember they went against Jackson State, and I think Jackson State beat them by 10 or 7 or something crazy like that, right? They took FAMU down to the wire. That same Valley team, right? So, Prairie View wasn't bad that year. That defense was they were in the SWAC championship. They held Jackson State to like 60 yards passing, something crazy like that, 86 yards passing, something crazy like that, right? Like Shador had a horrible game. Like, I'm just telling you the teams that I've seen since I've been. Now, Grambling, since I've been in the SWAC, hasn't been good. They just haven't. Alcorn was good, right? UAPB, think about it. UAPB coming off that spring season, off that COVID season, they were good, right? Alcorn. Man, listen. Listen, I'm telling you, man. Listen. Listen. The first 2 years, my time in the SWAC was probably the best teams I've seen. Real talk. Is ever since Dion has left, it's been a decline. And anybody, listen, you can say whatever you want to say. You can berate me. You can say Scotty, whatever. No. Ever since Dion has left the SWAC, the talent has gone down. The teams have gone down. And a lot of that has transpired with coaching leaving and stuff like that. But it's been different. It's just been absolutely different since Dion has left. The talent has just not been there. It just hasn't. Valley was good. What are you talking about? Valley was good when Dancy was there. In the levels of what Valley is, if you're holding them to the levels of what Valley is, Vincent Dancy had them going. The talent, I agree, the talent has just not been there. Since Dion has left, the talent has just not been there. Point blank, period. It just has not. And I don't know what has transpired in the last 2 years that has put the talent in the hole. Okay. If you see me ducking my head, it's because Coach Green giving me a headache. How you giving me a headache from the chat? How are you giving me a headache from the chat? You get what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing for me. That's the thing for me. Like, you're saying stuff and you're not. This is my issue with people. People just say stuff and they act like, oh yeah, Scotty, UAPB wasn't good after COVID. They were a talented team. UAPB was a talented team. You cannot tell me they weren't. You can't tell me they were not. You can't. They were up on Alcorn. Let me say this. I talked to the players from that UAB year where they came off the spring year and they were up. They were up something crazy on Alcorn at halftime, if people remember. Up something crazy. I think it was like 28-7 or 28-14. It was 28-0. It was just something outrageous, right, at half. And then Alcorn makes the run, and they end up beating them at the end, right? I talked to the players from that UAB. They said, Scotty, that game, we never got back after that game. We never got our confidence back after that game. Like, it was just shot. Like that was their Super Bowl, and from that point forward, they just were never the same, right? So just because I'm telling you, like, that team was super talented, right? Because, I mean, they had receivers, they had DBs, they had it all. They literally had it all, but they just couldn't put it together. They just couldn't put it together. So it's gonna be crazy. It's just gonna be crazy. It's just returning back to normal. It was lackluster before. Yeah, thank you, Zay. Them Vincent Dancy Valley teams with Caleb Johnson, with they had the short receiver in the slot. He went dumb against FAMU. He went dumb against FAMU. And don't even talk about them Valley defenses. That Valley D line was crazy. That Valley D line was nasty. Man, stop playing me, man. 26-6. And they went cover 0 for the rest of the game. And Felix Harper doing what Felix Harper does and brought them jokers back and won the game. That's how their season ended, right? As soon as it started, that's where it ended, right there. I listen, I see why people be talking about the bands, because it's just not there, man. It really isn't. It really is not. And I told y'all, and what did I say about the South Carolina? What did I tell you about the South Carolina State game? I said it's either going to be close or be a blowout, because South Carolina State is just a better team. They're just a better team, man. And you're seeing it. You're seeing it. They're seeing it. So that's why Doc Gamble got fired. Exactly. This coaching job that Texas Southern is doing should be just, I'm sorry, bro. It should be criminal what Chris Dishman is doing to his own team. Like, you're literally playing a quarterback that cannot throw the ball. Literally. You are literally playing a quarterback that cannot throw the ball. So what do you think Jackson State is going to do? They're going to tee off. And that's why the score looks like it does, because I'm just shaking my head. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Like, why would you deliberately play a guy who can't throw the ball? It just doesn't make any sense to me. And look at this. 88 yards for Prairie View, 226. Jesus Christ. They are blowing these Bamas out.
Also dominating the time of possession.
Also the passing. Look at the passing statistics. 226 yards to 171 yards. They're spreading the ball around all of their receivers. They got 4 receivers with 2 catches. The Panthers with 3 receivers with 2 catches.
First play of the second half. Prairie View has the football as they deferred. 3-yard gain on that particular play, and it'll be second down.
Is this a new quarterback for the Panthers? And Johnson in at quarterback now for PV.
And so now, what is that, their 3rd quarterback of the season?
Yes.
So
well, I wonder if Peters is injured. Here's a good, quick, precise pass.
And you say you wonder if Peters is injured or if Coach Bubba McDowell just decided to make a change at quarterback. You look at Peters' numbers in the first half. 7 of 11, 81 yards, 1 interception.
Yeah, Jaden Johnson, the redshirt senior from Memphis, Tennessee, came in from Missouri State.
False start. Offense. 5-yard penalty.
I didn't know, and there's no injury reports in the SWAC. I didn't know KJ Cooper was out for the year. I thought they were, from what I was told, somebody told me that they were holding KJ Cooper out for this game. So I'm like, okay, cool. Like, I know if they got KJ Cooper, they can make some shake. Bro, they bring out the red shirt freshman. Somebody text me after I made my pick talking about some, oh yeah, Scotty, KJ Cooper out for the year. I'm like, shit, if that's the case, I wouldn't pick them Bamas. I wouldn't have picked them. I know what the red shirt freshman can do. He can't throw.
Defending on that play.
I thought the score was 17-7.
Only one.
Is the score not 17-7? So what are you talking about? The score is 17-7.
Coach Bubba this morning, we were talking about him being doubled and triple covered. So that might have something to do with it.
Johnson going deep, trying to find an open receiver. He has him on the sideline. That's going to be Trajan Spiller. He loses the football like momentarily. And that'll be a 20-yard gain and a first down.
Johnson, man, with a very smooth dropping pass on that one, man. Looked like he belonged. Look at it. Stop back, drop. Threw it right where it needed to be.
It was a great job by the running back, McDowell, picking up the blitz as well, allowing the quarterback time in the pocket.
So Trajan Spiller, he had to concentrate and just make sure that he held on to that football because it was coming out first down and 10 at midfield. Johnson in some trouble. Eludes pressure in the open field, and he stretches the football out. Let's see where he will be called out of bounds at. Looks like he will gain about 9 yards on the carry.
Great field awareness that time. Saw that he didn't have any receivers after he went through his progressive reads. Got up the field. First down. Well, close to the first down. Real smooth running.
Second and short, and that's one of those instances where they win first down because they get 9 yards. Here's Jaden Johnson back to the inside, and he's going to be wrapped up. Let's see where the line judge calls him out. No gain on the play, and it will bring up third down.
Watch Brendan Barley here. If we have a replay of this one, there was one of the offensive linemen pulling. Watch number 30, Brendan Barley, come up, take on the offensive lineman, and that allows the rest of the Grambling defenders to come up and make the stop. Great play by Brendan Barley to set the table.
Osiris with the tackle.
Here is the give. Connor Wisham. And he gets the first down for Prairie View A&M at the 39-yard line.
All kind of things on the field, Santoria. Helmets out, the footballs out.
Mouthpieces, knee pads, dogs and cats living together. Just everything's out there.
So the official will talk it over with his crew.
Dogs and cats have been in enough trouble this month.
I'm sorry, I took a page from Ghostbusters.
15-yard penalty. So it's number 67 can stay in the game. The foul was on first down.
So the face mask that was charged to Grambling, it actually yanked off the helmet of one of the offensive linemen, but because it was the defender's fault, then he can stay in the game. There you see number 67.
Yeah, you see the hands to the face just rip the helmet right off. And that's a big penalty against Grambling. That allows Prairie View to march down close to the red zone.
Ball is on the 26-yard line. First down.
You just asked me, did I pick the team? Oh, God. You just asked me, did I pick the team based off the quarterback that was supposed to play? And I answered your question. And you're telling me that Texas Southern is getting smashed, and I just explained to you that the quarterback that I assume was playing is not playing. Am I speaking Japanese? Am I speaking Japanese? Like I'm confused. I am simply confused. I'm not speaking Japanese. You simply like, isn't the quarterback? I said, yeah, I picked it because I thought KJ Cooper was playing. KJ Cooper isn't playing, and the redshirt freshman can't throw. What else you expect? What else would you expect? If you didn't win the game, that would be bad. What? I'm so confused. I don't get it.
20. Heron now in motion. Johnson in trouble, and he's going down. And that's
Oh, that's just too easy.
But you know what I real credit him with? He didn't put the ball in harm's way. He saw he had nowhere to go with the football, protect the football, take the sack, give the play another down.
Look at the penetration on the outside. The defensive ends are converging. If he would have stepped up in the pocket just a little bit earlier, he would have had a time enough to think about whether he was going to throw it or run it. But after going through the reads, nobody was open. Good defense.
Jalen Rudolph, the 6'2", 295-pound graduate student from Baton Rouge, there to cover. That's the first sack of the day. Here's the field goal attempt by Prairie View. It's up, and it is good.
GG.
Guillermo Rodriguez with the kick and the field goal. 17-10.
That's a flag. Come on, ref. That's a flag. That's a flag. I wanna see if they make a change at quarterback for Texas Southern. That's the key to me. If I want to see if they just keep running this freshman out. Is that Jace? Is that Jace at quarterback? Nope. It's still nope. Still a redshirt freshman. Yikes. 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 I don't get it. I don't get it. Bama's don't be one to win. I swear to God, Bama's don't be one to win. This is crazy. Run. That's just trash. Absolute trash. Man, you'll take anybody, bro. You'll take anybody, said. You'll take anybody that makes y'all look halfway decent, right? First it was Lucas Cooley. Then it's Cam Peters. Now it's Jaden. Bro, you'll take anybody that makes y'all look halfway decent. Stop it, sir. Just stop it. Can we just admit that your season's over? Can we? That's what somebody told me.
For the second half.
Yeah,
that's what somebody told me.
Coming out of the locker room by Prairie View, close this to a one-score deficit, making it a ball game.
The defense now has to show up. You get a stop here, the momentum shifts, and you're right back in it.
And one of the things we know that Bubba McDowell talks about all the time defensively is just making sure that you stop the run. That's going to be first. Here's the kick, and this one's going to go into the end zone, and Grambling will return it 5 yards deep in the end zone.
Great tackle.
Great tackle on the play. I'm not quite sure if that's what Grambling wanted that far in the end zone. 12 yards on the return, and actually they cost them a few more yards by just not allowing it to go out of the end zone, and then, of course, just taking the touchback.
Taylor Nelson, the sophomore from Cypress, okay. I'm sorry, I couldn't see it. Cypress, Texas, right down the street with a great open field tackle. Man, what a bead.
Tony Phillips on the return, and he came over and got a little bit of an earful from the coaches because it cost them yardage to start this drive.
That's one of those plays that'll get you pulled off of special teams.
First run by Bull Hargrove. Gain of 7 yards on that play, and on the opening drive for Prairie View, they were able to convert points, take the ball down the field. Bull Hargrove tonight, 7 rushes, 42 yards.
Nice average, 6 yards a pop.
Here's a give to Bull Hargrove again across the 20.
Oh, wow. What a pass by Phoenix. What a pass by Phoenix. Oh, my God. That boy is that boy Caden High fire, bro. That boy Caden High is legit. That boy Caden High is legit. That boy good. That boy good. That boy good. That boy is really, really good. That is exactly why he's my top 5 wide receiver. He's good.
And Bull Hargrove loses the football, and he regains it, it looks like, at the 20-yard line. And we've got an injured Tiger down on the field. And is that Miles Crawley?
That is Crawley down. Oh, my goodness. He's holding his right leg. Miles Crawley, you hope it's just a cramp.
It's his hamstring.
He's tapping behind that hamstring. Now, you hope it's not a hamstring pull. He's pulling that toe, so you hope it's just a cramp.
Absolutely.
Backup quarterback for Grambling is DJ Bailey. He's only attempted 5 passes on the season.
We're going to go back here and look what happened to Miles Crawley, kind of break this down.
Yeah, you see the inside handoff there to Bull. You see Crawley kind of going in, and he just kind of pulls up and looks like that right hamstring.
That looks like a Charlie horse. That doesn't look like.
you like that's what it is.
Yeah, it looked like it just started drawing up. He's got his leg bended with his knee into the ground, and that'll let that hamstring sure start pulling up.
That's a break for Prairie View. They force a 3 and out.
And this punt up in the air will come down at about the 45-yard line and tackle right at about midfield, but there was no fair catch that was called.
No fair catch, exactly.
Blake Davis making a hit on Spiller.
I can smell
Prairie
it.
View coaches wanted a personal foul, but there is no penalty because he did not call a fair catch.
What I like about this is the Panthers are at midfield here on their second drive.
Sideline warning against Prairie View.
32 yards on the punt, 2 yards on the return, and a sideline warning issued to Prairie View. And there you see Ashton Green, the assistant head coach and offensive line coach, talking to the offense. And, well, you know, the coaches are fired up because they thought it was a penalty on that play. Well, Bubba McDowell just as cool as the other side of the pillow.
Did you know he was a master cake baker?
Did not know that.
Oh, my God.
So now we're going to have to ask him that the next time we talk.
Yeah, I'm not going to let all of the cat out of the bag, but, we said we were going to talk about cats and dogs.
Pass is complete. That's going to go out to Chris Herron.
That's another Panther I want to see get into the offense. Chris Herron is really, really, really fast. And as you know, they've been trying to get him on the outside on a 1-and-1 hitch pass. And I'm telling you, he's just one step away, one broken tackle away from taking it to pay dirt. Right back at it. There's the play. There it is.
Once again, down the sideline, and Herron takes off and goes out of bounds, and there's the flag.
Yep, and 15 on that one.
Took out a cheerleader on the outside as well. As you mentioned, Charles, they're trying to get him one-on-one on the outside. They're getting some good outside blocking. At that time, he was able to turn the corner and get down the sideline, touchdown saving tackle, but it may have been out of bounds, and it may be another half the distance to the goal. And so Prairie View is going to be knocking at the door once again here.
And they're setting them up for the Chris Herron jet sweep, I guarantee you, because if he gets around that end, like I said, when he gets around that end, it is over. So good job by the Panthers. The Tigers just got to tighten up a little bit on defense.
Officials still discussing. They haven't made an official call yet. I think they want to discuss if the runner was still in bounds when initial contact was made.
$20-yard gain on that last play, and we're still waiting the official word here from our head official.
There are 2 fouls on the play. Holding, offense. 10 yards from the spot of the foul. After the play is over, personal foul against the defense. Results in a first down.
Well, shouldn't they get 5 yards out of that?
Yeah, so I think they're going to mark off both penalties. They'll mark off the 10-yard penalty first.
And then the 15.
And then the 15 after that.
And the Panthers gained 5, I think, on that one, right?
Good block downfield by 88 Medlock. Then you see
there goes the cheerleader. Ooh,
cheerleader.
man.
Yeah, head over heels.
Yeah,
Kind of
right.
like that ride outside on the State Fair.
Yeah, head over heels.
No, I'm not doing that one either. I remember when I was once adventurous as a
young lad.
As a young lad. As a young go-getter.
He says a young go-getter.
That's Homer Simpson's right. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. I had to do it.
Third down. First down and 10. Jaden Johnson loses the football as he was taking off with it and loses 8 yards on the play, and that'll bring up second down. But that was just one of those things where just
slipped out of his hands.
Slipped out of his hands.
And again, his first game action. You look at the first downs in the first half for Prairie View. They had 5 plays longer than 5 yards, 10 plays shorter than 5 yards. And that's something that we talked about with Coach McDowell, first down success, setting up the rest of the drive. Well, that is not first down success when you're looking at 2nd and 20.
Jaden Johnson looking, scrambling, takes on a defender at the 40-yard line. Still 15 yards short of a first down, 4-yard gain on the play.
Great coverage in the secondary. Did you watch how he looked at all his progressive reads? 1, and he's kept running. 2, watch it, watch here. Oh, well, it's on the replay in the Jumbotron, but see 2. 3 reads. He went all the way down his progression. Couldn't find anything. I don't know. Might have needed to tuck it quicker, but at least he stayed in the pocket. Just waiting for Savage or Spiller to break open.
You see him directing traffic. He is a senior, the redshirt senior.
Sorry, guys. Allergies.
From Missouri State.
Johnson throwing, and it's nearly picked off, trying to go up and get the football. C.J. Henderson, the 6'1", 195-pound senior from Monroe.
I'm surprised we didn't see a holding penalty come out on that play. Stephen Thomas, the left tackle, he had a handful of jersey on the defensive end, got away with it. But after that fumble on first down set Prairie View behind the chains, they cannot recover, so they're going to have to punt the football away. They'll try to pin Grambling back inside their own 10-yard line if they can.
If you're the Prairie View A&M defense, a good punt here flips the field for your defense on if you get a good kick. And this one going to go at the 10-yard line, and is that going to be a touchback?
Hell yeah, it's going to be a touchback.
Almost had that ball down inside the 1-yard line.
Now, the other official is coming to chat with him. Hold on.
First down inside the 1.
Inside the 1-yard line. Yeah, the line judge is standing there saying, no, they got it in. And now,
38-yard punt as we get ready to go to break. 17-10 our score, and let's look at it one more time. Great job. They keep the ball inbounds. First down for Grambling, 99 yards.
But if the ball rolled back, shit, man, I don't know nothing no more. I don't know nothing no more. If the ball roll, I thought like I'm confused. I thought if the ball rolls back like and touches the line, it's still a touchback. That's what I thought. That's just my personal opinion. Whoo. Hey, yeah, and NCAT need to come on back to the MEAC. Need to come on back. That CAA ain't doing them no justice.
Salmon. Do we need anything? No, chef. Lemons. Yo, this thing's better than you, dude. Yeah, chef.
Let's wait.
Or
We just walked in.
dinner.
Well, the game went into overtime.
Yikes.
So now it's a little bit later than we thought, and everyone's a little bit hangry.
That's worse than just hungry, right?
Plus, we have homework
Algebra again. Psst, peppers.
and bio,
Uh-oh.
which leaves 0 time for dinner.
Like, I'm watching this Jackson State game, and I just don't understand stuff. Like, the defense has played really well as best they could. For as much as they've been on the field, they played really, really well. I got to give them a lot of kudos. This joint could have easily been 45-0. I mean, just starting off the game. But I don't know what you expect from a team that cannot efficiently throw the ball. Like, I don't know what you expect. And if you thought you were going to come in and just run the ball down their throat, especially up the gut, that ain't it. That ain't it at all.
Ken, you were right. The ball did break the plane.
2 for 2 today.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Or should I retire?
No, you're all right so far. Here is the give to Trey Bradford.
Great penetration that time. Aiden Jones, the redshirt freshman out of Crosby, getting the start today, elevated up. And look, this is a kid that has worked his way up to a starting position. We talked to the defensive coaches for Prairie View. He's like, look, we didn't know what to expect from this kid at the beginning of the season, but he's gotten better and better and better every week, and now he's worked his way into a starting position. Aiden Jones.
First down. It's a second down.
Ooh, that's a tough run.
Colliding down there, and Trey Bradford on the carry. 6 yards on the carry to about the 25-yard line. Trey Bradford taking on all comers.
Watch this tailback. This is what you want to do as a running back. Get that pad level square. Ooh. You deliver the blow to the linebacker and put him in the dirt.
Somebody's rehashing the past over here.
I get a little carried away.
He's getting a little... Somebody bring him a towel and some Gatorade, please.
We'll have our Gatorade player of the game coming up in the fourth quarter.
Sitting in the booth is the...
Miles Crawley back to pass. It's complete.
Ooh.
Another big hit. This pass was completed to Julian Lewis, 6 yards on the play. And that'll be enough for a first down for the Grambling Tigers, but some big hitting going on down on the field.
That was your boy Bryce Turner that time coming up delivering that pop. 6 foot, 195 pounds, making a hit.
Coming in from that safety position, sitting back there, just licking his chops, waiting. The Panthers playing a zone back here. They're trying. You got to play a zone and one, where you get zone on the strong side, and then you got man up over here and bring in a defensive back instead of that linebacker and bring in the nickel package.
Trey Bradford on the carry. Gain of a yard on the play, and that will bring up second down. Well, coming up next for the Grambling Tigers after this game, they will have an open week. And then after the open week, they'll take on Alcorn State on October the 12th for Prairie View A&M. They will be on the road at Incarnate Word, stepping out of the conference. And that will be next week, 6 p.m.
A little trip up to San Antonio.
Damn, 30-7? Woo-wee!
Down. Here is the give to Bull Hargrove. And he is taken down. Nice tackle on the play by Bryce Turner.
That 19 is doing great coming up from that safety position. Look at this one. Right. Sits back, stops, waits, sees the ball carrier, and then steps up. He's doing a great job of staying at home. That's what we've been talking about.
Yep,
all game he stayed at home. Good job.
Yeah, good discipline that time, protecting that backside. Looked like it was going to be a great running lane that time for Hargrove, but as you mentioned, Bryce Turner right there to slow it down.
Javon Robinson in motion. Incomplete, and it's picked off by Prairie View A&M. That's going to be Cameron Franklin on the interception. He's tackled out of bounds.
You got to catch that. Got to catch that.
huge play for Prairie
Gotta
View.
catch that.
The Panthers are seeing the Tigers on a big drive, 9-yard return here on the interception. Great job by the Panthers, only their second takeaway of the year.
Take a look at this interception one more time, Ken.
Miles Crawley, he read the man-to-man coverage
It's
pass, just a little behind his.
It's a bad pack. Oh my God. 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 Jesus Christ. He didn't even, the crazy thing is he didn't even have to throw it hard. He didn't even have to throw it hard. He could have literally, it was nobody around the kid. He could have literally just let the kid run and catch it in front of him. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Just Jesus Christ. Jesus freaking Christ.
From late-night nachos to tortilla chip towers, you need a chip in your snack box that gives a great bite every time. Get Tostitos.
You got Alcorn Valley 29-14. You got JSU 27-7. And let me see my local league team had. Oh man. It's just oh man. It's a lot of something. That's all I'm gonna say. It's a lot of something. And the crazy thing, this game shouldn't even be close to going to the wire. This game shouldn't go to the wire. Grambling's a better team, and it's by far.
Now they have the ball in Tiger territory, looking to tie this ball game up.
Johnson passing to the sideline. That's going to be Shamar Savage.
Yeah. Well, that's his first catch in the last two games. Well, one catch against Southern, and then this is getting his first catch all games. Savage now, if we get him rolling, if they get him rolling, they'll be doing a good job.
First down.
A second catch. Okay, it's a second catch today. That's right, he had caught one right over on in front of the Grambling bench.
And now some shifting going on for the Panthers. And then
Buffet Busters out wide, and here comes the penalty marker.
We used to call that Daffy Duck when I was in high school.
Y'all call it Daffy Duck?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
False start. Offense. Number 69. Still first down.
So Coach Bubba McDowell is looking on, shaking his head. And how do you tell which one was first? Everybody's shifting.
Everybody's shifting. So you just pick one out, or kind of like the counter. He was
whoever was first. But it did make Grambling think about some things here.
Well, what they were trying to do is get all of the defense to shift on the other side, and then we're going to let Johnson try to outrun him.
Throwing the catch.
So we see Prairie View a lot. Try to get the ball outside the numbers. Use their one-on-one running ability. Grambling has done a good job tackling those receivers in space.
Jeremiah Ratliff with the catch.
Second down. And there you see Prairie View looking over to the sideline.
Now Grambling is going to change their coverage up as Prairie View changes the play. I love this cat and mouse game between these offensive and defensive coordinators.
Caleb Collins now is back for Grambling. Jones taking off with a football, and he's knocked out of bounds after a gain of about 5 or so.
Good job in the secondary by that Tiger defense. Johnson was looking to go to the end zone, didn't have an open receiver, decided to just tuck it and run, pick up a couple of yards. But 3rd and long, once again from Prairie View. Panthers so far this afternoon, 3 of 9.
And they're going to call a timeout.
Should be.
Yeah, listen, I said that in the beginning of the season. I think the SWAC year would be the most parity in the SWAC. Like, just because you didn't know who was going to make it to the SWAC championship. Every game means everything to everybody. I think what it's really going to come down to is 3 games for the SWAC East. It's going to come down to 3 games. FAMU and Jackson, Jackson and Alabama State, and FAMU and Alabama State. Those are the 3 games that it's going to come down to for the East. Who comes out of those 3 games? Because Alabama State has both of those teams at home. Alabama State has a very solid defense. Jackson State has a very solid O-line. So just to see how that all matches up and mingles together, those 3 games are going to be the key deciding factors for the SWAC East. For the SWAC West, is literally, if Grambling can pull this off, they would be ahead of, they would be 1-0 in the conference. Texas Southern would be 1-1 in the conference. So they might be over top of them, depending on how they, whatever. PV's done because they lost Texas Southern and lost to Grambling, and lost to Southern, so they're done. And then it will come down to Alcorn and Grambling, and whoever pulls it out. Southern, I think, is going to be in there every now and again, maybe like to play spoiler to somebody, but that's really what it's going to come down. That's really what it's going to come down to, is those 3 games in the East, and Alcorn and Jackson, because they might they can slip up at the end of the season as well. But the big 3 is Jackson at FAMU at Jackson, Jackson at Alabama State, and FAMU at Alabama State. Those are the 3 big games that you got to watch out for of who's really going to get command of the SWAC East. And the West, I think, is going to come down to Grambling and Alcorn. And Southern probably, like I said, Southern probably being in there every now and again, playing spoiler. You know what I'm saying? That just is what it is. I really want to see how people attack this Jackson State running attack. I want to see, because it's like if you load the box up, do you have the DB play to go man on man? That's really what it comes down to. Because I think if you load the box up, you have benefits into this. And then making Jacoby and Morgan make tight window throws. You get what I'm saying? So it really comes down to if you have the defensive back play to really load the box up. And I'm curious to see who has that. Listen, man, this has probably been the most boring day, and it was so promising too. This probably was the most boringest day of football I've ever watched in my life. It didn't help that Colorado won.
First win.
But then the SWAC games, they've just been awful. They just been absolutely awful.
It's kind of where coaches want to be at when you're talking about your bye week going in 4-1, 3-2. Jaden Johnson, who started the season.
That's a hole, ref. Come on, bro.
Boy, he is knocked down after delivering a strike.
That is a hole, ref. God damn.
holds on to that one, man. What a hit. And what a catch by Trajan Spiller. Man, great concentration.
9-yard gain on the play. Blake Davis on
That's
the
a hold right here. Hold. That's hold.
On the run.
Run moving forward. That's McDowell, 6'2", 230-pound graduate student from Gastonia, Alabama. 4-yard gain on the play.
This is the area of the field where Prairie View has to minimize the mistakes. Can't have a penalty, cannot have a negative play. They've been into the red zone 11 times this year. Before today, only converted 4 into touchdowns.
Ken, stop copying off my paper. I was just about to say that we've got to minimize the mistakes here. Oh, great!
Here
job.
is Johnson. Taking
Great play call.
Touchdown, Prairie View A&M University. 17-16 with the extra point to come.
But Johnson has infused a little bit of life into this offense in the second half. He's taken them on 2 scoring drives, and he takes that one in himself for 6. And now Prairie View just an extra point away from tying this ball game up.
I am so mature right now.
Extra point try coming up.
Gigi Gomez.
Gomez for the extra point try. 6 plays, 37 yards. 3 minutes, 13 seconds. And it's capped off with the extra.
And the crate, once again, I say again, Grambling had, I don't understand what Dooley, I don't get it. This Prairie View defense is not good. It's not. And I don't get it. All the RPOs and all, I don't understand. For what? Nobody cares about Miles Crawley running. Why are you doing RPOs? Just turn it into a freaking play action. Nobody's scared of Miles Crawley running.
Momentary misfortune and the impromptu throwdown. We're out here each day, chasing something great. Call it adventure, call it play, we call it fun. Academy Sports and Outdoors. Have fun out there.
We are exactly what you think. We are not at all what you think. We are past, present, and future, all in one. Because the best way to honor our history is to make history. General Motors, honored to sponsor the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
When it looks different, feels different, it's because Tostitos.
No, it's not.
At the intersection.
Has your defense gotten opportunities? Absolutely. But to be like, oh, our defense is playing. No. It's Dooley being Dooley. That's what's going on. It's Miles Crawley being bad. Being a bad Miles Crawley. Dude, it was a shallow cross that he missed by a mile. Like, it was nobody in front of him, and you still threw it behind him. It's like the play calling. 4th and 1, and you're trying to do an RPO. Just hand the damn ball off. I formation types, like, it has been a clinic of what not to do as an offensive play caller. That is really what Dooley's putting on right now. A straight up clinic of, hey, this is what you shouldn't do as an offensive play caller in college football.
Field Nichols against Southern and Prairie View. We'll be there against Incarnate Word.
I'm sorry, it was kind of loud. I'll be at the Virginia Lynchburg.
Dog, what adjustments, Sid? What adjustments? What adjustments? Bama's been running scot-free all damn day. What adjustments? What adjustments have y'all made?
I tell Yeah, homecoming. You know, it's also KTSU's Kids Jam reunion. My sister Stacy Porter and I are original Kids Jam kids, so it's going to be a lot of fun.
KTSU, of course, is the campus radio station at Texas Southern University and been doing a lot for the community over the decades. And, you know, one of the great things when you look at all of the campus stations around the Southwestern Athletic Conference, one of the biggest things that has always been important, training students, number one. The second thing is being a part of the campus culture and then the community.
Yeah, and you know, my father was general manager there at KTSU. He brought that station out of a house on Wheeler when it was the black.
I will give you the quarterback adjustment.
That's what their logo is. My dad came up with that. Their 13, 14 years. That's where my sister and I cut our teeth.
So, man, was that 60 years ago?
Hey, man, you know what? See, you got to make the commissioner give me a text.
So now the Tigers will come out first down and 10. And here, if you're Grambling, this game is tied. And Ken, as Coach Joseph said, we cannot take this team for granted. This team is a dangerous team. You can throw the records out the window.
Well, what I was worried about coming into this ball game, we'll get to it after this play.
Miles Crawley looking, and it is complete. And this pass going out to Jalen Johnson, 10 yards on the game.
That was a great play coming out of the commercial break. But my concern for Grambling today, you had the big win against Jackson State last week. You emptied the tank against Jackson State. You've heard all week about how great you are. Pats on the back. Every time you go to class, everyone telling you how great you are. Are you going to be focused for 60 minutes coming in against a team that had not won a conference game? And now Prairie View has put the pressure on the G-men.
Here is Crawley. Pass across midfield. C.J. Knighton.
See, this what concerns me, big plays and their reaction. After you make a play, a big play, how do you recover? If you make a good defensive play, you got to get to the next play immediately. You can't sit there and harp on that play. This time, 2 big plays in a row, 2 first downs in a row back to back.
18 yards on the reception.
One thing to keep an eye on, guys, Miles Crawley still favoring that right hamstring every time he goes back to the huddle.
Crawley looking, going deep, down the sideline, looking for Robinson. Incomplete.
That's been there all day. That's damn good defense because that's been there all day.
Right where he needed.
That was damn good defense. That had been there all day.
The sophomore from Freeport, Texas. Man.
But the thing about it is, I'm sorry. Okay. It was a fake screen, but you haven't ran it enough to.
Nearly had the
I'm done.
interception. Ball went right through his hands, but excellent coverage that time by Kevin Davis Jr.
Davis, 11 tackles. He had 1 pass breakup coming into this ball game. Crawley back, looking to the sideline.
Oh, almost
nearly
intercepted.
picked off.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to say nothing. I'm not going to say nothing.
And guys, we don't have a pass chart.
I'm not going to say
Nearly
nothing.
every throw is going to the right. He is working the right side. He's been working the right side since the beginning of the second quarter. Very rarely have we seen him throw back to the left side. Something to keep an eye on the rest of this ball game. If Prairie View starting to jump those routes to the right.
Third down again here for the Tigers. Crawley taking off. Crawley is sacked. This time on the sack for the Prairie View A&M Panthers.
Yeah, that's
Simon. And Simon, the graduate student from Katy, Texas. Big play.
Yeah, huge play. I was going to say it was Jimmy Simon getting the big pause up. Look how he beats the defensive end right here. He beats that defensive end, number 70. Beats him and gets around and grabs him from behind and throws him down. 2 big plays. That's on Marquise Mayo. 2 big plays back-to-back after 2 big pass plays to get 2 first downs. So the Panthers are answering the call.
Punting time for the Grambling Tigers. This one comes down inside the 20. And let's see where the line judge will mark him down at the 18-yard line. So we'll take this timeout. Tied at 17 here in Dallas.
Okay, this is my issue. I got to say something. This is my issue. I don't have a problem with the pass play. right? I love that play to Javon Morgan. I have no issues with that. My issue is that you didn't run the ball not one time. You didn't run the ball not one time. Like, you still got to have balance. You still got to have some type of balance. Because you want to make it short and manageable, right? Like, you went pass, sack, right? You took a shot on first down. I have no issues with that, right? I think it was a great call. I don't think Miles put it out in front of Javon enough to let him lead Javon to run the ball, but that's been Miles' problem all year is he's been underthrowing people, right? So you got that. Then you listen, if you want Miles to throw to the short side of the field, put the trips formation to the short side of the field and let him work a levels concept, right? Like, I'm not even saying floods. I'm just saying, like, hey, do like a corner with a spot route in a flat, you know, like work. If you want to work the right side, work the right side. Don't have it one-on-one and you're just working the sideline to like a curl route or a hitch, like work the side realistically, or hit him with a double move, right? Like, if you want to take another shot, okay, hey, let's go hitch and go right here. Like, boom, you know, like, I'm done. Okay.
Anywhere else.
I'm just done.
Exclusive expert analysis.
I'm just done.
Why settle for some football when you can have more football? It's simple. ESPN Plus equals more football. Stream now.
Swac College Football, presented by Pepsi, is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Get the gear in here to have fun out there. Academy Sports and Outdoors, official sporting goods retailer of the Swac. And by Home Depot, powered by purpose to champion HBCUs. And by Nike, official sponsor of the Southwestern.
Like, to have Javon Morgan and not do no jet sweeps, I'm sorry, I'm just stuck on this. You got one of the fastest Bamas in the SWAC. You don't do no jet sweeps. You don't, I mean, goddamn. You don't do a fake jet sweep. You don't do a fake toss throw. I'm sorry, man. It just.
The State Fair experience. You got to try it when you come to Dallas. Johnson rolling out incomplete on the play. But, you know, there's just so much great food here. And, you know, earlier today I was told about chicken fried meatloaf.
Oh, it's both.
Told, you know,
it's definitely both.
Oreos, the deep fried.
This is a bad marriage. It's a bad marriage. Okay? It's a bad marriage.
He's describing it like he tasted it. I don't think he's being truthful, and I see those crumbs in your beard there.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Those are Fritos.
I hope all these vendors are open once the game is over.
Incomplete pass over the head of the receiver, and that was Trajan Spiller was the intended receiver on that play. And again, Charles, you were talking about this, is that making sure that when you're getting that ball out to receivers like Spiller, got to bring that ball down a little bit. You don't want to put your wide receivers out in harm's way.
Absolutely, and you don't want to, because Spiller is already nursing some ribs. We didn't put that on the injury report, but he's got some sore ribs, and we don't want to get our big play people hurt.
Third down.
Watch the running back. Oh, I'm going Shamar Savage right here. I'm taking that one-on-one with Shamar Savage every time.
Just bowl me outside.
Incomplete. And I believe, is that a new quarterback in the ball? No, it's not. I want to make sure we didn't have a new quarterback in there.
He got to catch that, though.
But a quick 3 and out by this Grambling defense. See, just a four-man rush. Ball over the linebacker, but good play by the defensive back coming up to make that hit was Blake Davis, and we've called his names a couple of times tonight, the freshman out of Los Angeles, California. And it's going to be a punting situation here for Prairie View and a tie ball game, 11 minutes to go.
That's the third 3 and out by Prairie View, first one of the half. Here's a big punt. It will come down at the 44, out to the 45. Jalen Johnson on the return for the Grambling State University Tigers. And the Grambling Tigers will have first down and 10. Let's take a look at the school profiles. You know, of course, both of these schools. First of all, take a look at Grambling State.
I bet anybody $1 right now. First play, Dooley gonna run the ball. I bet anybody right now. I'll cash app you $1 right now. Bet me, Dooley gonna run the ball first play. Anybody want to take that bet? $1 right now. $1 right here, right now. First play, he runs the ball.
Not only was he a great football player, but he was a wrestler. I ain't talking about just wrestling. I'm talking about wrestling.
Wrestler, back during the days of Ivan Putski and those kinds of guys. Andre the Giant, yeah. He also had a son who was also a great wrestler.
Absolutely.
Ernie Ladd Jr.
Ernie Ladd was just as kind of a person. You met him in person when you had a chance to talk with him, meet him. I had a chance to do that on multiple occasions and really enjoyed that because he really had a great perspective on life. And when he got his cancer diagnosis, one of the things that he talked about was just how he says, I'm grateful for what God has blessed me with. And he never let.
Double or nothing, he runs it again. Double or nothing, he runs it again. Double or nothing, he runs it again. $2. I'll cash app you $2 right here, right now. Double or nothing, he runs it again.
Guy. Great guy.
I remember hitting
been over to 53-42 a couple of times. That's him and my dad were good friends.
Yeah. Second down for the Grambling Tigers. Crawley going down the sideline deep, looking for the open receiver, is incomplete.
Wow.
Julian Lewis nearly had a big-time reception, but you got to credit some good Prairie View A&M defense there to break that up.
Yeah, again, good protection in the pocket for Crawley. There's just one-on coverage again. He's attacking the right side of the field, one-on-one, and Robinson making an outstanding defensive play to knock it away, the junior from St. Louis.
Oh, dang.
Great defense.
His nose bleeding.
Ahmad Robinson right there. He touchdown saving tackle.
Oh, that's his mouthpiece.
Another critical third down for
10 minutes is left in the game.
Offense has really struggled here in the second half for the Grambling Tigers.
First charge, timeout and a half.
In the first half, Grambling
30 seconds too late.
at 226 total yards of offense. Wow. Here in the second half, 46 total yards of offense.
Big difference. And, you know, the other thing that we were used to in the last couple of games for the Grambling Tigers is the fact that they were able to get takeaways and convert them into the points. Here we haven't seen that in this game like we have in the last couple of games against Texas A&M Commerce and against Jackson State. But on the other hand, you look at what the Prairie View A&M defense has done. I mean, they have really stepped up to the challenge, causing major havoc. And there you see 3 sacks for the Prairie View A&M defense, 1 for the Grambling Tigers. And we're at third down, critical third down for the Grambling Tigers. Tied at 17 here in the fourth. Miles Crawley gets the ball tipped and it's intercepted. Terrell Coleman Jr. still on his feet. Down the sideline and knocked out of bounds. And Terrell Coleman Jr. electrifies this Prairie View A&M crowd. A 32-yard return. And the senior from Crosby, Mississippi, gives Prairie View the ball back inside the 40.
So what have we talked about? Miles Crawley looking right. This time he goes back to the left, and what happens?
Interception. And listen, look at Stephen Shaw putting the big paws down, putting the pressure on him. Look at here he comes around the end, and that was a hole with no call. But great defense. He threw it right into the middle.
Miles Crawley has to learn that when you're doing shallow crossing routes, and this is and KJ Black said it like 10 minutes ago. He's like, I'm tired of seeing shallow crosses in the middle of the field. If you're doing a shallow cross route, I do not throw to where they're at. I throw to where they're going. I'm going to say that again. In a shallow cross route, Jesus fucking Christ. In a shallow crossing route, I do not throw to where they are, I throw to where they're going, right? Or where they're at, I throw to where they're going. So if you know you're doing a stack concept where the guy is taking like an outside to come back in, to set it all up, you just lead him. You just literally flick the ball and lead him, and he'll go get it like this, and he can still run. Too many times Miles Crawley is throwing at the guy and not being a quarterback and leading him. I mean, like, Jesus freaking Christ. Like, every drag route that Miles Crawley has thrown that has either been potentially picked off or picked off, it's been on him as a bad pass. The drag route, the guy was wide open. He threw it to his back shoulder. He did not lead him. The one that he just threw the pick on right here, he threw it to where he was at, over his head. He did not lead him.
It's good. So running into the kicker, decline by Prairie A&M. But normally we talk about how much the defense, they take away for the offense. And this time, Prairie View able to convert these points on a great run by Wisham. And that was set up by some fantastic blocking.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that stiff arm at the end. Watch it here. He gets around the edge. Good blocking downfield, but it's a lot of one-on-one. There's two stiff arms, and he's just going to outrun those black jerseys to the end zone. And the junior from Baton Rouge takes it to the house.
Plays of 20 yards or more in the second half. Prairie View has had 3 plays of 20 yards or more. Grambling, 0 in the second half.
And we talked about explosive plays.
We talked about the big plays.
And Grambling last week against Jackson State. Jackson State did not get into the red zone, but they had 3 explosive plays for their touchdowns, over 30 yards, 2 over 70. And we've seen Prairie View now with those explosive plays here in the second half.
And vice versa last week for Prairie View.
They doing the Cam Ward.
Big explosive plays. Those plays came off of our mistakes, their mistakes. So what they had to do is correct those mistakes. And I think they've done a great job here tonight.
Well, now the Grambling Tigers, they got 9:43 in order to try to answer, but Prairie View, they have played some really good defense here in the second half as this ball is kicked into the end zone for a touchback, and it'll be first down and 10 for the Panthers. Let's take a look at this game summary between these two teams as the Grambling State University Tigers get ready to hit the field. Game summary, you can see Prairie View with 17 points here in the second half.
Yeah, Grambling had dominated the first half, 17-7 lead, but coming out of the break, I think it's really Miles Crawley. Miles Crawley has not been the same guy since he had that hamstring pull. He's been throwing the
They're
ball
giving him
primarily
excuses.
to the right side, went back to the left, had a pick, 2 interceptions today, and that's been the difference in the ballgame.
Crawley, 23 of 36 for 211 yards, a touchdown and 2 interceptions. But Wisham, 8 rushes for 58 yards and a touchdown.
And now Wisham is over 160 yards on the season. He has 2 touchdowns now, and the Panthers are in business. Crawley looking. Oh, incomplete.
Oh, wow.
Trying to get it to
Grambling kind of
Jacoby.
falling apart.
Belazar trying to get the ball in, and it'll be second down.
Yeah, but the Panthers dodge a bullet. He's wide open there. There's nobody within 10 yards of him. They split the defense right there, going down the hash. Right there, the safety's nowhere near where he's supposed to be.
Got it. He's got it.
So he's that's a catch there.
You got to catch that.
The pass is behind him by Crawley, but you got to break down and you got to catch that football if you're Jacoby Belazar. That is a catch that you have to make.
Second down now for the Grambling Tigers. 49th edition of the State Fair Classic between these two teams.
I think you're absolutely right. Crawley is not the same.
Oh,
with
my
that
God.
hamstring injury. He's throwing off his back leg now. Watch as he goes through. He's going to be throwing off his back leg. He's not going through all of his progressions to get that ball out of there.
And they've just abandoned the running game here in the second half as well. I mean, it's been almost 100% pass plays here in this second half, which is surprising.
Well, they've got 9:31 in order to try to get things together and get another score up on the board.
Blitz.
Crawley looking, incomplete, and flags on the field. Now this, don't know what this could be, but trying to see if this one is going to be on Prairie View because of the way that that flag came in.
Well, the Panthers came with an all-out blitz against Crawley to make him throw the football early.
Holding. Defense, number 3. 10-yard penalty. First down.
Yeah, Freddie Bird III trying to not allow the receiver to get on his outside shoulder, trying to keep him on the inside so he can get some help from that safety over there to come over. Just got a paw on him. And now,
if you're Grambling, it's a sigh of relief because you get a fresh set of downs here.
right now is clock management is the key right now for both teams.
Crawley 19 of 27, 171 yards and a touchdown in the first half. And here is the run to Bull Hargrove. Second half, Crawley 4 for 12, 40 yards, 2 interceptions.
Okay, he's missed his last 6 attempts. Crawley. A couple of those not his fault. He had that big drop a moment ago by Belazar.
In the end zone. Just a lot of time left on this clock.
Under 9 minutes. Crawley looking. Crossing route dropped by the receiver.
Belazar again.
And there you see Miles Crawley a little frustrated right now.
Yeah, because they got great defensive coverage right there. The secondary really playing well. This time the safety stays where he needs to be. So he can't drift down the middle of that hash. That cornerback on the other side has got the containment on the outside. Perfect defense by Prairie View.
But if you're Grambling, you need to make that catch.
Yeah, you got to make the catch if you're Belazar underneath, because you can catch it, he hit you in stride, you can turn it upfield and get that yak. The yards after catch. Now you got a 3rd down and 10.
Crawley taking off. Still on his feet. Oh, and he's hit going out of bounds on 3rd down.
What a shot he took. The football flies out of bounds. You got to give Miles Crawley a lot of credit. Playing hurt right now, showing a lot of guts. But, man, watch this hit coming up low. Just submarined, and we talked about head over heels earlier, and he goes flying out of bounds, and decision time here for Coach Joseph.
Yeah, Terrell Coleman having just a game here tonight with another big swashbuckling hit as he a Pirate.
Swashbuckling?
Yeah, swashbuckling. Yeah. You didn't see Peter Pan? I thought you were here with me there. Again,
this ball hits and takes a Grambling roll inside the 10-yard line. So if you're Grambling, you flip the field here.
Yes.
That's good for your defense because you put pressure now on the Prairie View offense. 24-17, Prairie View up. Under 8 remaining in the game.
All right, let's run that again.
Geico has fast fair claims 24/7 right on the Geico app.
To file a claim, just tap.
Just tap right here to upload pictures, custom.
I'm cramping.
Yeah, we've all been there.
For savings and service, get more with Geico. I overdid it.
Listen, man, I'm going to just keep it a buck with you. There's no freaking way. First of all, there's no freaking way that Grambling should be losing this game. It's no way. Like, it's really like, and once again, the game is not played on paper. And I agree with anybody. The quarterback change is good, right? But the quarterback change was not to the extent of Grambling shooting themselves in the foot, right? Like that's the problem with that's the problem with what I see with Grambling is it looks a certain way. Everything they do is done a certain way. There is no creativity. It is off tackle right, off tackle left, RPO in the middle, RPO in the middle. It's nothing different. If you're trying to run the ball, like I haven't seen a pull. I haven't seen a sweep. I haven't seen a fake sweep. I haven't seen a jet sweep. I mean, there's multiple options to trying to run. I haven't seen a trap. I haven't seen a trap block. I haven't seen any different variation. I haven't seen a running back screen. I mean, listen, if you have a DN like number 90 or 91 or whatever his name is, and he is screaming up the field, you screen him. That's what you do. You screen him. That just is what it is. I don't get it.
First weekend of all the Swac teams in action today against one another, so everyone getting their first taste of conference play. Obviously for Prairie View, this is their third conference game already, but everybody else dipping their toe in the water here first week, heavy week of Swac play.
And we all knew that coming into this ball game, Prairie View was in desperation mode in the division because they were already down 2 games. Nobody else in the division was down 2 games, and so this was a huge game coming in. Big run. Connor Wisham once again with another big run, 20 yards on the carry.
So the question is, what is happening to this Grambling defense? They are missing a lot of tackles right now. Big, wide open space over on that side. A stiff arm, big stiff arm again.
That stiff arm was nasty.
Good block downfield and just.
I'm not sounding sad. I think it's not a sad thing. It's a frustration thing, right? Because you would think coaching football as long as you have, right? You like, I listen. I would give it to Prairie View if they just came out and said, "Yo, we better," right? Like we're better than you. That's not the case, right? Like I can respect that. Like if they were just like, "Yo, we better than you," but they're not. They're not. They're not even. They're not. Like the Grambling team is so talented. Offensively, they are so talented. It is nauseous to me to think that you can only put up 17 points with an offensive team that you have, with the offensive talent that you have, that you can only put up 17 points. That is what's frustrating. And it's not like Prairie View is just dominating you. It is literally you shooting yourself in the own foot. Now, once again, I will never take away the fact of, like, that's a great play call by Prairie View. That's a great play call by Prairie View, but that's the part to me that's so frustrating. That's the part to me it blows my mind. I'm like, why are you making this more difficult than it has to be? Why are you not trying to get your best player the ball? And another thing, right? When you're trying to find momentum, right? When you're trying to find momentum, you don't go find momentum in guys that don't make, like, you go find momentum in guys. Like you go. If you're an offensive coordinator, you don't call plays for guys, like for Jags, just a guy. You don't call plays for. Oh my God, is the momentum has shifted. You don't go call plays for just random guys. You go call plays for your guy, like the guys that you know are going. Like that's your. Hey, this is my guy. He gonna make a play. That's who you call plays for. That's who you draw up plays for when you're trying to get the momentum back. You don't draw up plays for random people. That's not how this game works. Stars are stars for a reason. Special players are special players for a reason. You don't draw up plays for the normal guy. That's not how this works. Especially when you're losing the momentum battle and you need a play, you go get it to your guys. That's just how this game works. So when I see stuff that's just like, why are you making this difficult? I don't get it. I don't get it.
Rouge coming up to make the stop on Bingham. So now you get Prairie View behind the chains. You're making second down and long. And now you can see if you can dial up some pressure on Johnson, make him uncomfortable in the pocket.
5 turnovers is not a fluke, Mike. Try again.
And so advantageous running the football here in the second half. They may just keep it on the ground.
Yeah, and they're watching that clock, too. Look at the play clock and the game clock. They're running
If Prairie View kicks a field goal here, that's game.
All they need to do is get field goal range.
Here's a give, and this time Grambling snuffing the play out on defense as Chase Bingman.
This
Not
is
able to go anywhere.
The biggest third down of the game for this Grambling defense. Prairie View 4 of 11 on third down so far this afternoon. This is going to be a 3rd and long.
Honestly, here, Panthers get a first down here. Grambling is really in trouble because now you've got a fresh set of downs and you'd be under 3.5 minutes left to go in this ball game.
I think Prairie View is going to take this all the way down, and Bubba McDowell's going to call a timeout and discuss what he wants to do here.
This is a big one right here. Under 3.5 left in this ball game. Huge 3rd down.
Prairie View. First time out of the half.
So what you don't want to happen if you're Prairie View and your coach, Bubba McDowell, is a turnover. You want to end this drive with a kick, whether it's an extra point, a field goal, or a punt. A punt is not the worst thing right now because you can pin Grambling deep, make them have to drive the length of the field to try and tie this ball game up. And Grambling has had all sorts of trouble catching passes, running. They haven't even really tried to run the football here in the second half. So,
well, the defense is playing well for Prairie View. They're playing really, really well. So I think Bubba's got confidence in his defense that if they pin them back at least to the 20, that they can hold out. But the clock management is key right now. Let's see how the clock runs as opposed to the plays at the end of this one.
Big 3rd down. 3rd and 14 for Prairie View. Johnson takes off with the football. Johnson tackled on the plus side of the field, but he will be well short of a first down. 8 yards on the carry by Jaden Johnson, and now you got some thinking. Do you put this into the hands of your defense? And now timeout coming up.
Timeout. Grambling. Your second charge, timeout.
Grambling had to take that timeout because Prairie View was just going to sit back there and let the clock run down.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Charles mentioned, it's all about clock management right now. So a good job by Coach Mickey Joseph saying, no, we're not going to let you exhaust 35, 39 seconds and then punt the football. We're going to go ahead and stop it now. Now, what it does, Grambling only has one timeout to work with, but they will get the football back with about 3 minutes to go. You got a veteran quarterback in Miles Crawley. He has played hurt here in this second half. His receivers have to help him downfield. The offensive line has done a pretty good job giving him protection in the pocket, but the receivers have to give him some help.
What they going to do?
Got to give it up to Jaden Johnson for Prairie View A&M. He's come in and managed this game extremely well for the Panthers. Punting time now for Prairie View.
Biggest thing here, no big plays.
Key word for Coach McDowell this week was finish. Big punt. Comes down at about the 5. And running with the football is Jalen Johnson. Johnson tiptoes and gets out at about the 19-20.
Okay, so 2:58 to go. 2:58 to go. You haven't ran the ball. Dooley probably doesn't trust running the ball. I listen. I'm not going to be surprised. I don't think this is Dooley's strength. Okay, we saw what happened against FAMU that one time when he was down and they needed a drive. I don't think this is Dooley's strength is the 2-minute drill. I don't know how Miles operates in the 2-minute drill. I can't speak to that. I think to me this has to be the Javon Robinson show. Like you gotta focus on getting the ball to Javon Robinson. Dog, he's late. He's late on the crosser again, right? But to me, you got to figure out ways to get Javon Robinson the ball right here. Like either get number 6 into the game and run something with him or get the ball into Javon Robinson's hand. Like this has to be a Javon Robinson drive, in my personal opinion. Yeah. Yeah. And he's open. The slant's open. The slant is open. The drag is open. It and he still didn't get upfield. Dog, this is just bad. This is just bad. Like, they're giving you the slant. They're giving you the slant. They're giving it to you. They're giving it to you. If you see a linebacker walking up, he could drop. So I can't say like he can't drop.
Minute timeout.
I don't. It's just. I don't. I'm not understanding this. I'm really not. And the thing that bothers me is there's just no like adjusting on the fly in a lot of college football anymore. Like you don't. Wow, that's a crazy play. You don't see a lot of adjusting on the fly in college football. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. And again, just to say, oh, they should have ran the ball in the second half. That's not all. Like, just because you say you should run the ball, it doesn't mean it's no different than me saying, oh, they should have passed, right? It's not always doing something. Just because you're doing it does not make it effective. Like, that's what a lot of people aren't. Oh, you should have ran the ball. Who's to say that would have been effective? Who's to say, oh, yeah, should have just ran the ball. Oh, should have just passed. It's how you do it. It's how you do it. It's not just running off tackle left, running off tackle right, RPO dive, RPO. Like, it's how you run the ball. It's, okay, we're going to do QB power here. They've never seen us run QB power before. Let's do that. Let's do a halfback direct snap. Let's do a little wildcat. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, just because, oh, he caught it. Just because you say run the ball doesn't always make it effective. Oh, run the ball. Like, no. How are you running the ball? How are you approaching running the ball? All those type of things. That's what comes into play.
Grambling has the ball, third down, and we're 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Charles, you said this was eerily similar to last week.
Yeah, last week it was 24-17. Southern scored on the Panthers to take it to overtime and end up winning it. So let's see what the Panthers do here. Deja vu.
Here's a give. It's going to be a first down for the Grambling Tigers. So if you're Grambling, you extend the drive. 4-yard gain on the play.
Yeah, before that first down, Grambling was only 1 of 6 on third down in the second half. So their second third down conversion of the half. Now they'll have to go into hurry-up mode.
Under 2 minutes. Crawley throws, complete.
Nope, dropped.
Drop.
Oh, no, he caught it. My bad.
So that's going to be complete to Javon Robinson.
That was a great, deep, out-breaking route, right on the money. Good job by Robinson bringing it in, getting the foot down.
Yeah, too much yardage. The Panthers are almost in prevent defense. Look how far they're playing off of the receivers.
Now they're man-to-man.
Here is Crawley going deep. And that's going to be a penalty there.
Good penalty.
All kinds of flags thrown there, and that's one of those penalties. And again, we talked about this during our media call with.
Guess who that was against? Javon Robinson.
We cannot have penalties.
Pass interference. Defense, number 31. 15-yard penalty. First down.
Coach Bubba McDowell said we cannot have penalties that hurt us late in the game. And there you have it.
Jalen Sanford, the grad student out of Westville High School in Houston, he bit on the fake. And then the receiver turned it upfield, and he just had to grab him.
First down and 10 now. Crawley stepping up, going deep, incomplete.
Good defense that time by the Panthers. Men surrounding both receivers there on the right-hand side. The Panthers trying to dodge this bullet here that the Tigers have loaded for their last opportunity here.
But Prairie View brings in an entirely new defensive line. They like to rotate those defensive linemen to keep them fresh. So they got 4 brand new big boys up front to try to put some heat on Crawley.
Julian Lewis coming over to the sideline, getting fussed at a little bit. And now Crawley looking. Crawley going deep, trying to find the open receiver. Touchdown, Grambling State University. That pass out to Javon Robinson. 39-yard touchdown reception.
There's flags on the play.
And there's flags back at the 46-yard line.
Oh, my goodness.
And the posture of some of the players indicate that it could go against Grambling.
Holding. Offense. Number 75.
Well, that's what gave him so much time to throw the ball.
Second down.
Kobe Williams with a hold, and Coach Mickey Joseph out on the field talking to Kobe Williams now. And that hold takes 6 off the board.
Wow, Mickey Joseph not happy. 75, that's the left tackle.
That's a bad call. That's a bad call. That's a bad call. That's a bad call.
That's a tough.
That's a bad call.
Well, now that makes it a 2nd and 20.
That's a bad call.
So the Panthers get a little breathing room.
118. Pass complete. Trey Bradford out of bounds into Prairie View territory at the 47. Put a bookmark.
That was such a horrible pass.
Where the hold was charged to Kobe Williams, the redshirt senior from Tulsa, because if they do not win this game, they're going to go back to that play and talk about taking 7 off the board.
Yeah, that was a huge call in this game. But the play after that, the play that just happened, Miles Crawley threw that pass behind the running back. That probably cost them another 5 to 7 yards because the running back had to stop.
And the pass is complete at the 30.
Dog, why does he keep? Why do they keep running Javon Robinson to the out of bounds line? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Keep him to the middle of the field.
For Grambling.
Timeout. Prairie View. Second charge, timeout. This will be a 30-second timeout.
Really more like.
Listen, sooner or later, I'm telling you, you don't have a player like Javon Robinson working the out of bounds. That's not what that takes away his ability to turn up. Like, have him work the middle of the field. Dude, Doom, hit him right in the middle of the field so he's able to turn up the field. You got timeouts. You can call a timeout if it gets crazy. That is wild. That is absolutely wild to me. Absolutely wild.
And see if that was indeed a reception. And this is a big play in this ball game because it goes from either being 4th and 8 back to being, I think it was 4th and 16 previous line. So this is a huge call. Again, this was a 17-7 Grambling lead at halftime. They were in control of this football game, but this Panther defense has really done an outstanding job. This is
what they're talking about, to see if he trapped the ball, but I don't see anything that you could just say is just
definitive.
Yeah, I don't know if there's enough there to overturn it.
And for those who are wondering at home, this is real turf on the field. This is not synthetic turf. Had a chance to walk the field before the game. And,
it's hard.
They do a really good job in trying to keep this field up to par every single year. And of course, this year is no different. You go down to the field and it really felt good. The field conditions were really good. Little rain in the area that they had, last week, and so good field conditions down there. Still discussing on whether or not this is a catch or not. Like I said, I don't know if there's just enough there to overturn it.
I don't think there is enough.
It's going to be really hard.
Yeah.
Because the way he cupped it under there, he had his hands, both his arms under the ball, and the ball rolled, but it rolled on his arms into his chest. Didn't hit the ground.
Of course, after this game, fans will be treated to the fifth quarter, where both bands will battle back and forth. And again, that is a part of the experience in coming to the game here in Dallas.
After further review, we have an incomplete pass. It's going to bring up fourth down. Prairie View will not be charged a timeout. Fourth down, Grambling.
So now Grambling has a fourth down. That pass was incomplete. And so the ball will go back to the Prairie View 48-yard line. Huge, huge call. And now for the Grambling Tigers, it's fourth down in the game, and they move the ball up to the 47.
Yeah, so a couple of tough breaks for Grambling on this drive. The touchdown pass called back because of the holding penalty. And now this completion taken away on the replay reversal. They have to get the ball down to the 29-yard line to keep this drive alive. And for Prairie View, you just cannot give up a big play or make a penalty here to give them a free first down.
Biggest stop of the year for Prairie View.
Yeah, they cannot afford to go down 0-3 in the division. Here it is, fourth down and the game possibly. Crawley going deep, looking for the open receiver. And they say it is complete inside the 10-yard line. First down, 38-yard reception. And on the catch for the Grambling Tigers, Marquise Harris, the tight end. And he hadn't really done anything today. And
This is why I don't like coaching. You shouldn't be caring about the play. You should be trying to run the next play so PV don't call timeout.
I think they're going to call it. They're going to review that one.
Prairie View called another timeout.
Timeout. Prairie View.
So, yeah, Coach Bubba McDowell trying to call another timeout to make the...
This is why fucking coaches in the Swac should not be fucking paid. I don't care. Once the ref goes like this, we're running a play. Just run a play. Just run a play. That's it. That's what...
Transfer from Arkansas State.
That's only his third catch of the season.
That, again, I say again, this is why you don't pay Bamas from the Swac. You're telling your team to get on the ball to run a play just to make sure that they don't challenge it. That's the smart thing you do. You're telling them to run a play. I don't care if you spike it. I don't care what you do. Just get on the ball and run a play. That's crazy.
That is Grambling's longest play of the game, 39 yards. And so now it's first and goal inside the 10 at the 9.
Grambling on the season in the red zone, 9 touchdowns and 15 opportunities.
Here's the give.
Got to get out of bounds.
Nothing doing here for Trey Bradford.
Oh, they say he's still in bounds. They keep the clock rolling.
The clock moves, so they've got to get on the line.
I don't think they really realized it either because they were just walking back to the line of scrimmage. Grambling has called a timeout.
Well, no, there's an inch.
So let me get this straight. You haven't run the ball all second half. You haven't ran the ball all second half. And that's the play you decide to do in the red zone?
A great game. You really don't need him injured.
He has had an outstanding game.
The Tigers trying to make a comeback. Panthers trying not to repeat last week.
Deja vu all over again for Prairie View A&M.
Is it my fault for
I'm going to tell you they're not your fault.
The whole world heard you.
Hey, got to call it like I see it, baby.
Well, if you're Prairie View, the main thing you got to do here is no penalties.
No penalties.
The second thing
no
is
big plays.
you cannot allow big plays, which means you have to make sure that there's gap control.
Grambling has declined the 10-second runoff. Clock will start on my signal.
Smart. Grambling has the ball at the 11, second and goal. Tigers
got to go to the top of
the game up. Here's Crawley with the throw. Catch. Touchdown, Grambling State University. Jalen Johnson with an 11-yard touchdown catch.
That was a great touch. That was a great touch.
This ball game up.
Wow. Just a corner route by Johnson. Johnson lined up in the bunch formation, number 2, and he just runs a simple corner route right past 2 Prairie View defenders. They were mixed up in coverage, and what do we talk about? Mental mistakes in the secondary, and a breakdown in coverage allows the receiver to get behind them.
Huge extra point on the way. It's up, it's good. Tie ball game at 24, and for Grambling.
Hey. Miles Crawley probably had one of the worst games I've seen. But you talk about a gamer, you got to give him credit. He's playing. He's playing. It's been ugly all day. It has been ugly all day. But you got to give him credit. He played. He finished this game out.
82 yards, 220 off the clock.
And Grambling, they overcome a 10-yard holding penalty on a touchdown. They overcome a 4th and 16.
Dang.
Incredible catch downfield.
Hey, Carson Beck, he needed to go start working at a law office or something. He is not about to be nobody's NFL quarterback. That Bama need to go start working at a law office.
8 seconds left. They need a big play, 38 seconds left. I'm just sitting here kind of like, wow. Did I really jinx my guys? They're laughing at me in here, folks, because I'm like, G. Wilkers.
G. Wilkers. G. Wilkers.
Southern University with 2:32 left in the fourth quarter last week. C.J. Russell scored on a 4-yard touchdown run. And it's a touchback. It was an 8-play, 75-yard drive that took 3:09 off the clock last week. This one here, 10 plays, 82 yards, taking 220. So what we see here is 2 long sustaining drives at the end of the ball game where Prairie View gave up a play at the end to where eventually the game was tied.
Keys to the game, mental mistakes, big plays, going down the stretch. I mean, I don't know what else to say. You got them right where you want them, and you hand it over to them again.
Now, are you aggressive here if you're Coach McDowell, or do you just run this football and go to overtime?
I'm aggressive.
Here's the throw, complete. And as long as they're aggressive, Grambling is going to go after the football.
I was going to say.
30 seconds remaining in the game.
This is a Grambling team with 17 turnovers on the season. I don't know how aggressive I want to be, and there's going to be a false start. That's probably going to be the end of that.
Overtime this year. Prairie View 1-1. Grambling 1-0. Of course, Prairie View lost to Southern. Grambling beat Texas A&M Commerce. We got to thank our booth stat man who's been just stellar today, Steve Hunt.
I'm taking him with me.
Man. Steve is the MVP of the game.
False start.
For sure.
Offense, number 87. Prairie View has elected to use their final and remaining timeout in order to avoid a 10-second runoff. Still second down.
And Coach McDowell not happy, and he's talking to one of the officials here. They decided to use this timeout here so you didn't have the 10-second runoff. Question, is that a bad thing running off 10 seconds at this point?
I would just go take this game to overtime. I don't want to mess with this Grambling defense. The way they've had turnovers, you got a quarterback making his first appearance. He's played stellar here in the second half, but I don't want to take any chances here if I'm Prairie View. That's just me.
I got to tend to agree with you. They've got to sit back and look at what worked. They've got to come up with some good plays, but they've got to make sure that they're keeping their head in the game. I mean, if it does go to overtime, then both of you have an opportunity.
And it looks like we will play for overtime. And so we go to overtime as we count down 13 seconds remaining in this. And Coach Joseph, he is hyped. And zeros on the clock. We now go to overtime. So let's take a look at what the overtime rules are. And this is really the fifth quarter for the football players. You know, there are certain rules in overtime. First of all, coin toss, winner decides offense or defense or end of the field. Each team gets a possession from the opponent's 25-yard line in the first two overtimes. They must attempt a two-point conversion after a touchdown in the second overtime, and alternating two-point conversions starting with the third overtime. So those are your overtime rules, and for both teams, second overtime game, and for Prairie View, second overtime game in a row.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild that they're in the exact same position that they were last week against Southern, and they had an opportunity to tie that ball game after Southern got the first score, and they got down inside the 5-yard line, had a couple of mistakes, and ended up not being able to punch the football into the end zone and lose that ball game 31-24. So the coin toss will be important, because usually if you win the coin toss, you want to go on defense and defer so you can see what the other team does.
Last week, Kendrick Rhymes' 25-yard touchdown run that put Southern on top. Prairie View got a penalty late, but now if you are Grambling, one of the things that happened against Texas A&M Commerce, they were able to score, and then here comes a big takeaway and that killed the overtime for Commerce. And now the stadium is having.
What's funny, this game would be a classic if it was just like better played, but it's just a classic because of how it's ending. You know, a State Fair Classic, you know, the potential of PV being 0-3 in conference and Grambling being 1-0. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so much in the balance. I think that's why this game becomes a classic, but not because of the awesome play. But it is, I mean, 4th and 21, 4th and 20, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, it could become a classic.
Looks like Prairie View may have won the toss. Have they elected to defer?
Yeah, they should defer.
Yep.
Yeah, I want the ball last. I want to stop them on defense right now, and I want my guys to have the opportunity to get in there and close it all out.
So it sounds like the batteries have been recharged for the officials. And now let's see if we can get our batteries recharged here in the booth for.
Prairie View won the toss. They elected to go on defense first. Grambling, first down.
Well, here we go with overtime again.
Bet a dollar Dooley runs first play. Bet a dollar right here, right now. Dooley runs first play.
You need your medicine.
You won't be getting any fried snickerdoodles or any of that out of this. Be headed to something a little more stronger, a little more froth on it. Yeah. Something like that, yeah.
Let's see if they try to get Hargrove involved here.
And guess what? Hargrove got involved. Twist, turns, gets inside the 20. And remember, there's no game clock.
Run it again. Run it again. Run it again. Run it again. Run it again.
Situation here now.
Don't get cute. Run it again.
You can run it.
Don't get cute. Run it again.
Your Miles Crawley.
There's a give once again when the wall was set for Prairie View A&M, and this one just short of a first down.
I'm running it again. If it's me, I'm running it again. If it's me, I'm running it again. I'm running it again.
Crawley, Hargrove's going to come out. Talbert's going to check in, the 5'11" grad student.
Talbert across the 5. Touchdown, Grambling State University. The same thing happened last week to Prairie View. Rushing touchdown, and they go up 16 yards.
Well, guys, that's why I said I would run the football. Absolutely. We haven't had success throwing the football in the second half. Go back.
I'm running it again.
To offensive line work. Watch, you see the pull. Boom. Kick out block there. And then Talbot does the rest. Running into the end zone, 220 pounds. Not going to bring that guy down with one arm.
No, you're not. He's like a little truck.
3 plays, 25 yards. And now the extra point try. The kick is up. It's good.
Oh. Yeah.
And so now, if you are Prairie View A&M, right back where you started last week, you get the ball back after a rushing touchdown in overtime.
Here you go.
Hey, don't blame my boy Chad. He's a Grambling fan. Don't blame him. You know what I'm saying? Let's give him some grace. He's a Grambling alum. All right. So, you know what I'm saying? He got excited. You know what I'm saying? So don't blame him. You know what I'm saying? Give him some grace.
Prairie View will have the ball at the 25.
Wisham in for the Panthers.
And if you are the Prairie View A&M faithful, you are hoping that you can wish him on a star and he can score. Wish him nothing on first down. Loss of 2 yards on the play. Most important thing here is a first down if you are Prairie View.
Yeah, that's what you got to think right now. You got to pick up a first down.
Here comes McDowell.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I probably would have went like QB power. I think Jaden Johnson, whatever that kid, Jaden Johnson, whatever his name is, that kid is special at running the ball. I'm doing QB power. I would have did like a QB pull power or something like that. Fake RPO, him keep it or something. You got to use his athleticism.
4-17, Grambling scores at the end of the ball game.
I'm sorry, Sam.
Here is Jalen Johnson. Johnson escapes the pressure, takes out with the football, and it is complete.
A first down.
First down, Prairie View at the 13. 14 yards on the reception.
I thought he was going to take off and run, but he fired a strike. Great catch by Heron. We were just about to talk about him. Good pressure inside, and he stumbled.
Oh, wow, what a catch. What a catch.
C.J. Henderson on the tackle for the Grambling Tigers. And now Prairie View.
I would do a play action right here. Play action drag. I would do a play action drag with one of those with the inside receiver.
Prairie View touchdown for this overtime to continue. Throw completes.
Oh, very close.
And a first down inside the 5-yard line.
Told you, play action.
Heron again.
To the 3.
Using that long wingspan to go up and get it. That 6'2" frame.
And Jalen Johnson goes down at the 6-yard line. Loss of 4 on the play.
Now can Prairie View punch it in from inside the 5?
You got 3 plays. They were at the 5-yard line last week in overtime.
Isolate Savage on the outside, one-on-one jump ball, my best guy against your best guy.
I like that. I would do that on second down.
Who can jump up that high?
The defender on him.
Prairie View A&M.
Jones is 6 foot.
Trying to tie this game in overtime. Johnson with the handoff.
I wouldn't have ran that. No, that's too far out.
Gets it to McDowell. He gets 2 yards.
Way too far out.
3rd down and 4.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. My bad. Thank you. I'm so locked into the game.
To score a touchdown. Or for the fans who stayed, they stayed for a.
You got to keep it in the quarterback's hands. You just got to. Jalen got to win you this game. Jalen got to win you this game.
Fans that are here on their feet.
Now, mind you, you got 2 plays to get 5 yards, so you don't got to get it all right here. You can get close. So if you want to do a QB power or whatever,
yeah, they
isolate one-on-one on the backside.
Here we go.
Here's Johnson. Pass.
Touchdown.
Back of the end zone. Touchdown. Prairie View A&M University.
There you go.
Savage.
I told you.
There you go.
This kid is special. He's special. Now we need to make sure that both teams are focused to the very end of the game, because Graham is going to try to come right back and punch you right back in the mouth.
So they got to get this extra point
first. They got to get this extra point first.
Ooh, what if they block this kick? Boy, that would be so sick. That would be so sick.
PAT, this is the biggest point of this season for Guillermo.
GG.
Snap, the hold. It's down, it's up. Good. We go to another overtime. Tied at 31.
Wow. What a game. How many double overtimes have you called? Had to think about it. Two.
I had to really think about that one.
You see, from that outside position, just a mistake in the secondary by Grambling, just a simple post route. Johnson dropping a dime, and he's come in this second half. As we pull up his numbers, 12 of 18, 104 yards, 1 touchdown. He's also rushed for a touchdown as well. Taking over for Peters, who started the ball game.
Second overtime now for both these teams.
They must go for a 2-point conversion.
So now if a team scores, you got to go for 2. This is where it can really get dicey. Because now you got to not only have 1 play, but 2 plays that get into the end zone.
Take the field goal kickers, they can go home. They can ice up and chill out. They're done for the day.
Now Prairie View will have the ball, 1st and 10.
Now to think about this, you may have the Grambling defense that's a little fatigued that was on the field for that last drive.
And that's why Prairie View deferred. Connor Wisham. No gain on the play, and it's 2nd down.
Wisham on the ball game, 12 carries, 78 yards, 1 touchdown. Grambling still in their nickel defense.
Second down and 10 for Prairie View. Here's the give. Connor Wisham took a licking, and he kept on ticking. 7 yards on the carry. And, I mean, he was knocked around like a pinball. 3rd and 3.
You're watching here. You see the guard tackle, they pull to the left. That means he has wide open space to the right, and he is lit up right there at the point of attack. Brendan Barley.
13 carries, 85 yards, and a touchdown for Connor Wisham.
Panthers trying to draw the Tigers off sides.
3rd and 3. And it's going to be delay a game. Nope, they're going to call the timeout. And that is not what Prairie View wanted. Prairie View.
Ooh, that was close. That was close. That was a close one.
Out in the overtime period, so they have no more timeouts at their disposal during this session.
Couldn't ask for a better game on a beautiful night in Dallas. It is the opening weekend of the Texas State Fair. Already had great concerts, great food out there.
You know, you're really harping on the food there. I know you act like you can't wait to get out of here. I think all three of us.
I think all the fried Oreos are gone, man, by the time we get out there.
I was just kind of pointing out the first weekend of the fair and how great it is.
We got to come back and get our turkey legs tomorrow.
Exactly, yeah, before we leave.
All right, what play y'all doing right here? I think for me, oh, Jesus. I think for me right here, I'm doing something. I'm doing a drag route. I'm doing a flat route. I'm doing something with a flat concept, something with a quick dump off, maybe a play action, flat concept, something to the tight end. You know what I'm saying? But I'm doing something short. But they might run it.
Grambling's defense needs a big stop.
Oh.
Connor Wisham is stopped. And it looked like in that case, Johnson was trying to pull that ball out the last minute. And Wisham held on to the football. And it's 4th down and 3.
Here we go.
They're going to send out the field goal unit.
They're lucky it wasn't fumbled. And so now,
here comes Gigi again. That's what the guys on Prairie View's team calls Guillermo, Gigi. So,
a 35-yard field goal attempt for Gigi to give them the lead.
Guillermo Rodriguez Garcia. And this one, they got a little bit of a wind, by the way, that's going on right now. So Gigi's going to have to be careful. Here is the kick. It's up. Good. So Prairie View doesn't get the 6, but they get the 3. 34-31 for Grambling. Touchdown wins it. Field goal ties it. You go to another overtime.
Come on, Grambling.
Have a nice evening.
Come on, Grambling. Get in the end zone, baby. No interceptions, Miles. No, Lord. No interceptions, please. No interceptions.
Distance on that kick.
Okay, so my Wheeze cross out his Oreos, right? Because he says that's the 7th time he's mentioned Oreos. So my Wheeze crossed out your
I want the deep fried baked potato. That's actually
actually kind of
that's
interesting.
what I'm interested in.
Yeah, gee whiz.
Oreos sound like a stomachache. Oh, you know.
Oh yeah,
I'm all that.
Trying to have other.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I probably would take a shot right here. I'm a pretty aggressive OC. I think I would take a shot right here, like a post play to Javon.
Is brought down by his shirt tail, literally. 4 yards.
Hit? Nope, they let it go. Almost a late, unfortunate, unsportsmanlike against not Jaden Johnson. Can't pick up the number.
We saw one of the coaches come out there right away and said, hey, you don't need any mistakes here. 2nd and 6 now. Here's the give to Bull Hargrove across the 20. Gain of a yard, maybe 2. 2 yards on the play.
How do you put the football in the air with Stokes? And there's a shaken up Panther on the field.
I'm not gonna lie. I think at you gotta try to draw them off sides to get a free play. You get what I'm saying? Like a hard count. You know what I'm saying? To get you a free play, get you a free 5 yards. That's just me personally.
Again, we've talked about the importance of this ball game, really for both of these ball clubs, because if you're Grambling, you had that great run. You won 3 in a row. You beat Jackson State last week, but that was a non-conference game, so it does not count in the standings. And so if you lose tonight, all of a sudden you're 0-1 in conference play. As you see Marshall, they're helping Marshall off the field there.
Yep.
But
You mentioned that, and here's what you got if you are Grambling coming up. You have the open week. That's the good news. You come back, you've got 2 consecutive home games. You got Alcorn, homecoming against Pine Bluff, but then you go on the road for 2 tough ones, Texas Southern and Bethune-Cookman. Those are long road trips.
Yep.
Then you've got Alabama State. This is the game because you got a short turnaround. Alabama State and then A&M on the road in Huntsville on a Thursday night. Short turnaround, and then you got Bayou Classic.
Big third down here for this Prairie View defense.
Third down for the Tigers. They have to score at least 3.
Blitz.
Crawley gets out of some trouble. Crawley throwing out of bounds, and it's 4th down.
That was a well-timed blitz by Coach Bubba McDowell. They sent Terrell Coleman on a safety blitz. Coming off the edge, that waggle. And soon as Crawley turns around, he has a Panther in his face. All he can do is just throw it away.
Field goal coming up for the Grambling Tigers. Reed Harradine. He has to hit this to send it to a 3rd overtime. 36-yard field goal attempt for Harradine. He's got a 50-yarder earlier this season. Here is the kick. It's up, and it is good. We go to a 3rd overtime.
Wow. Now, how many triple overtimes have you had, Santoria? None.
None for me either. This is a first. At the Cotton Bowl. Wow.
Another overtime here in Dallas. You think these 2 teams want to win?
Man. Well, now you just have 2-point conversions.
That's it. Right? I think that's right.
Right down the bar road. Or midway, I should say, here at the Cotton Bowl, right down midway.
And you see the officials gathering at the 30-yard line to discuss rules for now the next overtime. And so now these 2 teams will face a triple overtime. I cannot think of a triple overtime that I've done.
I have not had one. This will be my first in all my years of broadcasting.
It'll be my first too. Triple overtime.
Yeah, I've done a few games. And
out of 40? I've done a lot of games. Yeah. Gee whiz.
So how does I've never seen a triple overtime. So they just do 2-point conversions? Is that really what it is?
Point conversion. Grambling State will have the ball first.
So basically, you got to score to keep going.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's like sudden death. Every play is a score.
Or not.
Or not.
Oh, man, the fans that have stuck around have seen a thriller.
2 points from the 2.
I'm telling you, if you
2 points from the 2.
You're just now tuning in. It's 34-34.
Man, what do you do? 2 points from the 2. God, dog. If this ain't the hardest 2 yards, Jesus Christ. Jesus freaking Christ.
Touchdown to Jalen Johnson to tie
2
send it to overtime.
2 points. 2 yards. Oh. That's some long 2 yards.
Hold on to your seats, and if you have to, take your medicine. We're on to the 3rd overtime. Here is the give. Nothing doing yet. Scratching, clawing, snarling. Nothing doing on that 2-point conversion for Grambling.
They went to Talbert on just an inside dive. And Prairie View holds. So now Prairie View will get the football. And if they convert on their 2-point conversion.
How much brain cell power did that take?
What do you do if you're Anthony Weed? What kind of play do you call? You just had a big touchdown with Savage. He hadn't really gotten the ball a lot, but he just got a big touchdown in overtime. So now what do you do? Do you keep it on the ground, or do you go after your go guy?
Prayer left, Savage right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I want to get Jalen Johnson on the move. I want to give him a run-pass option.
He's going to be more dangerous if he's on his feet moving the ball.
Bunch formation to the top. Savage is inside.
2-point conversion. Prairie View wins if they convert. Johnson, back to pass. Looking, trying to find an open receiver. Incomplete.
Wasn't even close.
Wow.
One of the first bad throws tonight by Johnson, and he just rushed it.
He had a lot of time.
He had the tight end breaking open in the middle of the field, and a defender had a handful of jersey of John.
Starting the fourth overtime.
Fourth overtime.
Wow, well, this is a first. I mean, I don't know many teams that have done
I'm not gonna lie to you. I like the play call. I like the play call. I listen. I think it was a bad pass. I like the play call. I think it was a great play call. Shout out to Anthony Whedon. I don't think that's the play call. Everybody does rub routes on 2-point conversions. That's the name of the game, right? That's what you should be looking to do in the situation for a 2-point conversion. Rub routes. You know, just a halfback dive. Come on, man. I like the play call. So even though it didn't work, I think that was a great play call by Anthony Whedon. I'm not going to hindsight 2020 him. Even if they so happen to lose that game, I still think that was a great play call. Point blank period. I do think that was a great play call.
21. Anybody want to guess the final score?
Holy cow.
9 overtimes.
18-16.
You cheated.
No, I didn't see that. I just thought I could see.
It was 20-18.
Oh, well, that was close. I can't see that far, even though I got these new glasses. Yeah.
I think it started at 10-10, and it ended 20-18.
Fourth overtime. Prairie View with the ball. They need a 2-point conversion in order to continue here. It's up. It is caught. Prairie View A&M with a 2-point conversion.
Oh, they said it's incomplete.
Incomplete.
They ruled it incomplete in the corner of the end zone.
So that means Grambling now will get the ball.
Now, will this be reviewed? Let's see if we get a replay of it.
Now, one official says that it was good.
One put the signal touchdown.
The ruling on the field is an incomplete pass.
Let's take a look.
Oh, man, that's close.
Back shoulder. Did he?
Oh, he got to catch it going to the ground. He got to catch it going to the ground. He got to go to the ground with it. He got to go to the ground with it.
But you have to maintain control of the football all the way.
Got to go to the ground with it.
3 seconds. He's got it.
Got to go to the ground with it.
I think you got to maintain it through the contact.
Got to go to the ground with it.
Old school with you.
Got to go to the ground with it.
It's not a fumble. It's an incompletion.
Got to go to the ground with it.
Just trying to go old school with you.
You just trying to go home.
He just trying to get to the fried Oreos.
It's too late now.
Everything's closed.
And so now both teams will come onto the field. Grambling will get the ball.
Come on, G. Come on, G.
The play stands is called incomplete pass.
Yep. And
Come on, G. 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 This is your chance right here, G. Come on, Dooley. Pull something out your ass, Dooley.
Eric Dooley, offensive coordinator.
Pull something out your ass. Javon Robinson. What the fuck is this?
This is the play.
What the?
They had 2 lead backs.
What the fuck is
this? 4 people in the backfield.
Here is Crawley. Crawley will take it himself. Crawley trying to get into the end zone.
What the fuck is?
Stop short of the goal line.
What is that? What is this? What is he doing?
That was similar to one of the plays we identified in the open when they had the 2 running backs.
Why?
2 running backs.
Why would you call that?
To the end zone and he can't get there.
We go to a 5th overtime here in Dallas.
That is the end of overtime number 4. Overtime number 5. Grambling State will start with the ball.
And I bet everybody thought that this was just going to be one of those games where, hey, 1 overtime and you're done. No.
The ironic thing about the new overtime rule is that they really put it in to shorten the
overtimes. Yeah, absolutely.
And in some cases like this, it's extended the overtimes because it's teams run out of 2-point plays and it's so difficult for them to get into the end zone.
Well, we're nearing one game, 2006. There was a 7 overtime game with North Texas and FIU.
What about Swac history?
I know it's that Bethune-Cookman game. I can't remember where it is yet, but I'm almost certain it's that one play in order to get into the end zone. Another 2-point conversion try here in overtime number 5.
Zone.
Here is the play by Crawley. Crawley stays on his feet and he goes out of bounds, and oh man, he gets out of bounds and nothing doing. And